Hello, people. Good evening. Actually, hang on. I'll be right back. Unfortunately, sorry. Sorry, people. Sorry. Back off. I'll take you on. Headstrong to take any on. Oh, I know that song. Headstrong. Yeah, I remember that song. Sorry, I had to make a preemptive bathroom run. Take you on. Headstrong to take anyone on. Yeah, I remember that song. They see and sort our salad bars. You are insane. Another stream. What? Oh, you are insane. Another stream. Who's insane? What the hell are you talking about, Zero? I'm insane anyway, but. Hey, Freeside. Yeah, like I said, sorry, guys. I had to. I can't even read my chat. Hold on. I can't read my chat. Oh, there it is. Okay. Headstrong. Oh, we got it. All right. So I hope you people are good today. Oh my god, I slept like all day. I gotta stop doing these fucking streams. 12-hour streams are ridiculous. Stupid. So annoying. I slept like all fucking day too. Isn't that terrible? I did. Yeah, I did. Zero. I slept like all freaking day. A moaner in the night. I always heard runner. A runner in the night. Like, I don't know why he was wrapped up like a douche and running, but, you know. All right. Good night, Nemesis. I guess you're leaving. Good night. Peace out, Boy Scout. They see inside our salad bars. Do you ever sleep, Zero? I didn't, like, my stream ended Zero at 1 o'clock this afternoon. I was live for 12 and a half hours, but they only gave me credit for 12 because YouTube, you know. No, I got that stupid song in my head now. Yeah, for 4 hours. Yeah, I don't know how much I slept. I think I slept. I woke up. I got up. And then I went back to sleep. I don't know. And every night I say, I'm not going to do this for 10 hours. And I turn around, and by the time 10 hours hits, I'm like, oh, fuck it. I might as well do 12. That's pretty bad. Maybe tonight, though, I'll only do for like 2 or 3 hours and then go to bed. Because I really should sleep, because I know tomorrow Luna will probably be coming around. Luna will probably be home, so. Hey, one stuff. What's up? I waited till Nemesis was done, because I know he was trying to figure out that song, which he did figure out, so. Ooh, One Stop gets around. Listen to him. Yes. I believe so. Yes. About lawn work, right? Yeah. Kind of funny that we're both kind of on the same vein today, ranty and stuff. No, don't be sorry. Are you kidding me? Sorry. I understand. Even though I'm not even in that position, but I still understand. I get it. See, the problem is now I do these streams and then I sleep all goddamn day and I don't get any messages from anybody till like super late. It's like really bad, Because like when somebody says hi to you at 8 o'clock in the morning and then you answer them at 5, like that's kind of stupid, Like it's kind of non-productive, I guess you might call it. But dump it. Dump it. You want me to dump it? I have to go back into my emails, sir. You're asking a lot. I'm not that technological, sir. Oh, okay. I'm tired. I shouldn't be tired. What the hell? I slept all damn day. Oh, okay. It deleted your comment. Oh, okay. Yeah, YouTube is pretty on the ball for that stuff. It's amazing how it's not on the ball when people like say nasty things to you, but yet you can say something and they just something innocent and they kill it. Oh, wow, were you? That's not good. You're only hurting yourself. Because who's the one that's going to have to go back out there with the damn tiller and till it? You. Right? You're going to have to go out there. Yeah, you're going to have to go out there with a tiller and then till it so that the grass grows back. So think about it. Think about it. You're only hurting yourself. This hurts me more than it hurts you. Does not come into play. Hey, STL, what's up? STL, you've prompted some weird shit because now I call my granddaughter Fatty, so now it's like Fatty No Shoes. We call her Fatty No Shoes, which is a shame. You're in Washington? I didn't know that. I thought you were in. I don't know. I can't say I thought you were in anywhere. I don't notice where people are from, so I didn't know that. Tacoma. What's the weather like? What's the weather like there? Is it hot? I mean, is Washington hot like California? I would think it would be cold like Canada. Oh, you're on vacation. Oh, okay. See, I'm dumb. I forgot you were on vacation. Are you having fun? Is it great? Why did you go to Washington? I'm sorry, I just asked like four questions in a row. 70s? That's good. What was there a purpose for choosing Washington? Is there a specific, purpose? What's in Washington that caused you to want to go to on vacation there? I mean, I could see Disney or, you know, I love it here in the Pacific Northwest. I mean, are you there with like family or did you just pick up and decided you were going to? I mean, I know you love it, but I mean, is there a family situation? Not a situation, but, are you visiting family or are you just wandering around? Wow. Well, that's cool. That's like good. I know. Oh, okay. I was going to say, because like sometimes people, I don't just pick up and go anywhere in my, I go where people are that I know. Well, that's good. That's a nice vacation. Shoot. And you got there before it got too hot. Like the freaking summer's coming. It's, well, what the fuck? It's July already. Almost July. Or it might be July. I don't know. Well, that's good. I'm glad you guys are having. Do you, without me, are there children? Do you guys have children? I mean, if you don't want to answer it, it's okay. I just, you know, just curious, not curious to the point of being nosy, just conversationally curious. Wow. I'd love to go on vacation right now. That'd be cool. My day will come. My day will come. We both have kids of our own. Oh, yeah, so that's cool. Well, that's good. Right. I hear you. I hear you. Are they like little kids or adult kids? I mean, aren't you my age? I think around my age. So maybe you have adult kids. It's crazy. Kids become adults so fucking fast. Especially my kids. I turned around, I blinked, and they were adults. Right. Teenagers, boy, I miss that. I don't miss that at all, actually. Teenagers are boogers, man. Boogers. I mean, my kids were all right, but they always had an attitude about something. Grumpy little PMS little boogers. Oh, but that's good. I'm glad. I'm glad you're having fun, man. I'm glad to see somebody's having fun and not caught up in this YouTube BS. Another house. All right, 1 second. Sorry, I'm back. My fucking leg, man. Queen, you were snoring so bad this morning. Yeah, I heard. That's because I was one, I was exhausted. Two, I was sleeping on my back on the side of the bed that I don't normally sleep on. And I usually sleep on my side. So, I don't know. I wasn't even positioned properly, if you know what I mean. Like, I just laid down to, like, you guys were talking. So I was like, oh my God, they're going to talk and talk and talk. So I just laid down. Yeah. I just laid down, and then next thing I knew, like, I heard my phone ringing, and it was like, yo, you're asleep. And I was like, oh. The funniest part is that I didn't go to bed. I didn't get off the stream until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Yeah, but I don't normally snore, I don't think. Like, I thought I was done with the whole sleep apnea shit. And I lost weight, and, everything was working out well. But I'll find out. I got to do that stress test coming up. So we'll see how my, lungs are, so to speak. Because I stopped going to the pulmonologist. I was like, this is stupid. I'm tired of coming up here. At the time, I think I was having problems with the car kind of thing. And I was just like, I'm wasting my time. You get to a point where you're just wasting time going to places. First thing you said was, I'm not sleeping, which is whatever. Yeah, I was. You guys were like, you were snoring. I didn't think I was snoring. I didn't think I was asleep. And then, like I said, me and Vern wound up staying for like another half an hour to almost an hour. And I was just like dying. I was like, oh my God, And I didn't go to bed until 1 o'clock. And that's crazy. After 1 o'clock. Insanity. Like, I need to stop doing that shit. My problem is once I hit about 7 hours, I'm like, oh, I can go longer. And then when I hit 10, I'm like, oh, freak it, might as well make it 12. Because what pissed me off, too, is I did 12 and a half hours, but it only registered for 11:55 hours. Like, they totally shaved off a half an hour. And I was like, you know what? That's BS. And I got 3 notifications for the music, for the videos. Because every time I play that Pink Pony Club, it gives me a warning. And I wind up playing it twice. Not twice, but 2 days in a row. And I have to go back into my YouTube studio and fucking delete it out. So I'm in the process of deleting out the second one, which must have been in that Game Over 2 video, because it was what are those people? Imagine Dragons song. I was like, I don't remember hearing that song. It must have been in one of the videos. So yeah. So I still got to do the last one, but the one good thing I like about YouTube is, in this case, they don't automatically just say you're screwed, you're not getting monetized, or you're not getting anything. It'll say, hey, if you remove this, then there's no problem. They give you the opportunity to correct the situation, and that's what I like about YouTube. You hear me, YouTube? That's why I like you. Because in that aspect, you let me correct the situation, and I don't mind taking songs out of the thing because I feel like I don't get that many replays anyway. So where the hell did Zero go? Zero popped in and popped the hell out. He must be over at Zats. Or he doesn't want to stay up all night, which is the smart thing to do. You know, because holy cow. Staying up all night is crazy, and I did it 3 days in a freaking row. What the hell is wrong with me? Now I'm in like the habit. And it's not like it's a big advantage, my time frame, but I don't know. I guess it's an advantage. I don't know. I just don't know. I woke up singing some kind of songs. I can't even remember the damn songs now. Right now I've got that Pink Pony Club running through my head because of that damn video. I watched another video today where somebody was talking to Rada. I forget what it was about, but they were yelling at Rada. And Rada, if you're listening, which I doubt you are because you don't listen to my channel anyway, hope you're all right. And I always thought you were okay. I never had a problem with you. But, you know, that's fine too, because I'm not here to try and interact with people on a deeper level. That's not my gig, so I'm, I like being standoffish with some people, I guess. But he was always cool with me. He was like everybody else. Some people make fun of me, some people don't. If they do, I'm not offended. Have at it if it makes you happy. Honestly. It takes a lot to offend me. It's not to say that you can't, but it takes a lot. What the hell happened to Vern? I wonder if he went to bed. I don't know what happened to my phone. Yeah, I lost my phone. Oh, there it is. Let's see, Vern. But, let's find it. Where'd you go? I'm live. It's my favorite phrase. I'm live, just saying. Does anybody know what happened to Rhonda? He just disappeared. One day he was gone. I mean, of course, I don't pay attention to the dramas in other places because there's so much drama everywhere. Like, I can almost understand why Abe has a notebook to write down who's fighting with who this week and who's, this one said this about this somebody and this one said this about the other person and these two are fighting with somebody else. Too much to try and keep track of. And then you got people who say things like, I don't go anywhere. But yet you see them everywhere writing in people's chats. Now, I don't gatekeep. You want to go to somebody else's chat, then go right ahead, but don't lie to people and say you don't do it. And speak mean, nasty shit. But you don't do it. I see you everywhere there, person. And they're kind of dumb enough to think that nobody can see them. Hey, Vern. But at the same time, I could care less about you because you ain't talking about me. And even if you are talking about me, I still don't care. But like I said, it's the hypocrisy of it all where I don't go anywhere. I don't go to other places. Yes, you do. I saw you this morning. Craziness. And I'll be the first to admit it. I could be everywhere. I may not be writing in the chat, but I might be watching. But I'm not going to sit here and say, I don't go there. I don't do that. The places that I don't go to, I really don't go to. I watch some people I don't even know. Like you say, I have no dog in the fight. In some of these places. I don't even care. Ouch. Not at all. But like I said, I really don't gatekeep. I don't care. I was in Washington and Oregon a couple of days ago. Oh, you could have met him with STL. He's in Washington. Oh, wow. Who's in Oregon? Wasn't, oh, never mind. I shouldn't be doxing anybody. I think I know who used to be in Oregon. Oh, I know Juicy. My friend Juicy used to be in Oregon. I'm not sure if he's still there. Might be, though. Oh, long hours, yeah. Oh. Who's always lurking? Who? Prime? Who? STL? Waiting for females to need a loud, abusive, angry man to push around. Who are you talking about? Prime? Rada? Oh, that okay. I wasn't sure, hon. You kind of came in a few minutes after I had said it. I like Rada. He was always nice to me. We were always cool. That's not nice. Did he not like you? Did you guys have odds at each other or what? I mean, it's not like you're going to win a popularity contest. I get that. I never had a problem with him, but you're a girl and he needs. No. I see what you're saying. Has to be the biggest manly man. Why don't you come up and say this? There's nobody up here. Keep me company. Oh, he's lurking all the time. Well, there's a lot of lurkers in here, I'll tell you that much. I know that without even knowing that, you know. Well, I care about him. I mean, he's a person. I care. Just like I care about you. You know, if I found out that something happened to you, I'd be pretty upset. Right. Well, I did say that, didn't I? I did say it, so he's right. I said it. I might not have said I miss him, but I did say, where is he? So what? Who cares if you're a POS? You're nice to me. I told you, I judge people on how they are to me, not how they are to everybody else. Granted, if you went around like, popping people in the head or something, that's a different story, but you fight with words. You fight with words. You're very skilled at verbiage. Is that the right word? Verbal confrontation, maybe? Pieces of shit need love too. They're prime. People think I'm a piece of shit. Not saying that you care, because I don't care either that if somebody thinks I'm a piece of shit, whatever. But I never had a real problem with you. I thought you were funny from day one. All right, well, I'm not talking about Rada anymore. I was talking about you. Everybody deserves something. Whether or not they get it from me, nobody wants it from me, so it's even better. Then I don't have to exert myself, right? It's easier when people don't want anything from you and you don't have to exert yourself to give it. Okay. But why did you make that face? That's only because you're so much younger than me. That's all. That's my nature. Earth Mother. That's my nature. That's my sign. I'm an Earth Mother. Lots of people consider me their mother. Even kids that aren't mine. And honestly, I appreciate that sentiment. I can't be offended by that. I mean, that's nice. I mean, unless you hate all moms, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I treat you like a son. I don't normally tell you what to do. I don't yell at you. I feel like maybe more of a stepmom, yeah. Maybe. But anyway, that's your gig. It's your side of the coin. I don't know. I consider you somebody who's funny. You come up, you're smart, you're witty, you're funny. You always make me laugh. And what's wrong with that, right? There are people, I believe, that don't like you a lot. I don't see where the anger comes. I don't see where it is. I don't see why it should be there, but different strokes for different folks. Everybody likes somebody and doesn't like somebody else. I mean, yeah. I feel like now I'm talking to myself because you're probably not even here anymore. You could have at least put a smiley face, but whatever. It's cool. Prime, if you're still around, we could do the damn questions since you're here. If you're interested. I've been waiting for you, believe it or not. I guess not. I guess you are gone. Okay. But yeah, I got nothing against you. I got nothing against Rada. I had nothing against a lot of people. Just a small select few. But that's why I just avoid them like the plague. If I can avoid them, then I don't have to deal with them. Then I don't need their negativity. So, you're tired? Yeah. Well, you know what? I decided that I went live because at least in Nemesis's one stop was like, "Are you going live?" And you know what? I might only go for 3 hours. That's it. Maybe 2. I don't know. I'm not going to do an all-nighter because that's just stupidity. 4 days in a row. I mean, yeah, sure, that's great, but I'm sure I've got shit to do tomorrow. Contrary to popular belief. So, you know. So, yeah. Maybe not even. Maybe just an hour. It's only been 37 minutes. I'm boring myself already. So, you know, there comes that moment where it's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wanted to see how everybody was doing, and I have. But, I just got smoke in my eye. Tonight, I guess everybody's popping in, popping out. And that's fine, too. Go for it. An hour is all I need anyway to check up and make sure everybody's okay. I can text you all, but I couldn't be bothered. I'm too lazy and it's too late. So if I'm going to find out on here, I'm going to find out on here. I should have got a book. I could read a book. I could read a classic. I could go to the library, get a classic and read. And put everybody to sleep. Apparently I put you to sleep. I put Bandit to sleep. Who else? I think Magic used to say she was falling asleep. A couple of people fall asleep in here. So, you know, hey, I could read a book. I wish I had my Party Monster book. I'd read that. Mallory would love that. Ouch. I might even just take a walk. Take a quick walk around town. Doesn't take long. I could do that. I'm close to my target weight, so why not? It's still early, I think. I don't know. What time is that? It's like 12 o'clock. 12:20. Not bad. Not bad. Oh, look. I went from 10 people to 6 people. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm going to kill it after an hour. That's fine. I mean, like normal people, right? I should start taking walks. Maybe that'll... I mean, I don't have a problem sleeping, but, you know. I don't know. Yeah. Well, I might as well. You know. I really was, like, upset before, but being in Nemesis has actually pulled me out of that funk, and that was good because I had just woken up. I was not happy. I was grumpy. No. Nope. 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 Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. She spends a lot of time with Daddy, and not just by herself with Daddy. Like, like my daughter will go as well. My daughter is there. She doesn't leave her. She doesn't drop her anywhere, but some nights hit and some nights don't. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Once up. And it is Sunday. But yeah, no, she'll be home tomorrow, and my daughter will come home, I guess, and she'll be tired, and she'll just be like, here, and then she'll go crash out. I love it. No, I was hoping to. I thought you were going to have the baby all the time. Well, most of the time I have her at least, like during the day, I'll have her. Like I'll have my time with her. I'm making gestures with my hands that you can't see. My time. My daughter shares her with me. And that's just, it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Like she could hoard the child, but she doesn't. She's just like, oh, do you want to go downstairs and see Grammy? Let's go see Grammy. And then she'll give her to me, and I'll, deal with her because she sleeps for me. And then my daughter will go upstairs, do whatever it is she has to do. Take a shower, straighten something out, sleep, take a nap. So, we kind of balance it out, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. Because, like I said, she doesn't have to. And she splits her time between here and there. She's very generous to the father. He gets to see the child. I'm glad I raised somebody like that, because there are a lot of people that deny fathers time. They deny him, and they play these fucking money games, and I'm glad she, sees that he's good and doesn't play these fucking nipple twisting games. She doesn't. Like I said, apparently there was some kind of memorial service today at church for his father, who passed away 5 years ago. So she went. So she wound up, I guess, staying over there. And the sick part is that the time is split almost evenly. Yeah. The time is split evenly. I thought that we would have her more. But they're just as happy to have her. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like it's a problem. And my daughter doesn't mind sharing her, and she's good about it. And it's going to work out well. Considering, co-parenting, they're doing a very wonderful job of co-parenting. And I'm glad for that. I'm happy for her, and I'm proud of her for it. She's always on the go, though. The kid is always fucking moving, I swear to God. But, it's good, though. It'll work out well in the end. God knows what the end game is, but it'll work out well. I guess, But, I miss the kid. I totally miss the kid. She's changing in every crazy way, and I love it. I don't know if I sent it to you. I think I did one stop, but I might not have. I don't know. Let me see. Oh, Jesus. Child reportedly fell overboard on a Disney cruise. Her dad jumped in after her. Holy crap. You think? Both were swiftly rescued by crew members within minutes. The incident occurred during a return from a four-night Bahamian sailing to Fort Lauderdale. How the hell did the child fall overboard? That's what I want to know. I mean, shit, if it's got plexiglass barriers and wow. Hold on. A girl fell overboard from the fourth deck and her dad went in after her. The team was on it and they saved us. Plexiglass safety barriers. Huh. Interesting. Nobody cares about eggs. Ugh. Okay. Oh, God, where's this? An alligator snatched a woman in a canoe, swam away with the victim. What the fuck? Sure. Wow, that's a little crazy. Really? Sure. Nobody cares, Rihanna. Okay. Kids, Mariah Carey. So much crap. Yep, that's nice. Uh-huh. Okay. The fuck is that? Okay, well, we are going to do this. Okay, one stop. No problem. Have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. I'll talk to you tomorrow, hopefully. What? Oh, hey, Zat. No, one stop I was talking about in Nemesis's. But maybe the I was put in there. You didn't do it, but Nemesis did. I have. How you doing, Zat? Have a good night. One stop. I'm gonna send you something. Oh, let's see. Attach. Send. I did nothing. No, I know. I said maybe it just threw the I in there because I spoke into my phone, so it throws that extra I in. To be honest, I don't even know what I wrote. And I can't find it now, but it's okay. Don't worry. I know you did in your mind. It's okay. Go to sleep. I sent you oh yeah, that's right. I sent you 2 pictures of the baby. You have a good day and night and oh Jesus, see, that's why I'm not gonna be live very long because I'm tired too. Holy shit. Is that your stream is over? Oh my God. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, you too. Sleep well. Sleep good. I don't know what it's supposed to be like tomorrow, but sleep good. I don't know if it's supposed to be hot or what tomorrow. It says it's 74 damn degrees right now. What the hell? Too damn hot already. Shit. Craziness. Yeah, I think I'm gonna kill it soon. Maybe an hour and a half. Oh, what the hell's the music going off for? That's not good. Oh, here we go. What the? I don't understand. What the hell's going on? What the hell is going on? Oh, okay. It's crazy. I wish they would stop telling me. Yeah, she is. She's a booger. Oop. Hello.
Well, good evening. Good
Yeah.
evening. Good evening.
Good evening. I won't be here that long, but good evening.
So you ended your Sunday in litigation?
Oh no, that was just I just put that up there to be a smartass.
All right. Well, you got me. I like a good smartass. And yeah, I believe it's going to be hot as balls today on Monday.
Probably. Yeah.
What's
Great.
what's with the unusually short stream you have scheduled here?
Yeah, well, I did a 12-hour stream yesterday.
You did. You did.
I didn't go to bed until 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
I was a chatter in the beginning.
Yeah.
And I joined you up on panel at the end. And and did you go over and check out the Spit Cup after you shut down?
No, I was too tired. I had to go to bed.
Good for you. Good for you.
I felt bad.
No, good for you. That's a beautiful thing because I came to a strong realization yesterday on Sunday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This fucking shit's all nonsense.
Yep.
100%.
100%.
Nothing but nonsense.
Nonsense. Loyalties aren't loyalties. I mean, they are, but they're not.
Yeah.
They all have stipulations.
Yeah. Nonsense and I've had over the last I fucking worked my ass off yesterday. Holy good Jesus. I was down in the garage at, I don't know, 10, 11 o'clock down back, and I was on my feet until 8 o'clock.
Tonight? Last night?
Yeah.
Did that mechanic ever come?
He did.
Wow.
He did. Remember I said that when I started it, it looked like an
oil leak. Yeah.
An extremely white smoke, coming from in front of the passenger seat in the engine compartment,
Right.
My alternator was seized up. Hey, sugar. I'm sorry. My alternator was seized up. So it was smoking the serpentine belt.
Oh, man.
Because the serpentine belt is trying to run over a seized up alternator pulley, right?
Oh.
And it's right next to the oil filler. So you got some spilled oil. So you got the combination of the three. And it's like, what?
Yeah. A serpentine belt. Oh, those are.
Now I gotta have them put in. Who is choosing a new pope?
Your car.
Huh?
Your car.
Oh, it was choosing a new pope. Don't mind me. My legit government last name is Slowy. All right. I've literally got cousins that are Slowies. That's their legit government last name, and I should have the same last name as them. I'm a Slowy. So now I got to get an alternator. I just handed him $200, and I said, "Yeah, this will cover the parts you got to buy, and we'll settle up after we're done." I got to get
belts are a bitch.
Yeah, so now I got to do an alternator, serpentine belt, and while he was at it, he threw the code reader on it, and I need an O2 sensor, and it's not the easy labor O2 sensor; it's the motherfucker labor intensive O2 sensor that he's got to put in there because this thing isn't registered yet. It's not on the road,
Right.
This is going to be my backup vehicle because I don't have a fucking single. Unfortunately, I don't know whether it's unfortunately, but it's also fortunately that I don't have another fucking human being in my life. Nobody I can count on. This is just a fucking 100% insurance policy. So if by some strange reason the truck goes down, I gotta way to get to fucking Cumberland Farms. To I got a way to get to Cumbies. That's it.
That's the important part. That's the important part.
Right.
Yeah, I got you. I had to get a serpentine belt one time. Then I don't know. That's expensive. Serpentine belts I know are expensive.
Yeah. Well, it's the cheapest part of the repair now, parts wise.
Is it?
Well, yeah. The alternators. He said it's $250, but he'll get it's $200, but he'll get $50 back in a court charge.
Right.
So that's $150. I think he said the O2 sensor is somewhere around 100.
Jesus.
And I think he said the serpentine belt is like maybe 20, 30, $40, something like that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I thought they were maybe it's because of my car at the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, I'm spoiled.
You're not confusing it with the timing chain, right?
Maybe that's what I was confusing it with.
All right. And plus, with the timing chain, you got to pull apart half the fucking engine. The serpentine belt is just a replacement of the old fan belt. You remember the old fan belt?
Oh, okay. All right. There you go. Yeah. You're right. It was.
You remember the old fan belt was just one groove. Hi, Kirsten. The old fan belt was one groove, and now the new serpentine belts have like 7 grooves in them. And they connect I'm thinking the main pulley is the crankshaft off the engine. And then they connect with the power steering, your alternator, et cetera, et cetera. Right. They run all the other shit, Yeah.
Hi, Kristen. Yeah, see, I'm spoiled.
Yeah.
Because everything I need to get done in most cases is $250. That's it.
Yeah.
That's parts. That's parts and labor.
Yeah. Well, my parts alone are going to be north of $250 on this one, and I'm guessing. But he's a great guy. I'm always preaching about paying it forward.
Uh-huh.
And this motherfucker pays it forward, and just bless him, because he comes and helps me out, and he could easily say, "Hey, man, I'm done doing the side hustle shit,"
Right.
And he told me because I was there for him when his side hustle was his only hustle. And now he's got a full-time job. And I said, probably a year ago, he's had the full-time job for 2 years now. Probably a year ago, I said, boy, between the full-time job and the side hustle, you must be busy, huh? And he said, man, I got to be honest with you. He said, there's only you and a handful of others I'm not abandoning. Right. On the side hustle work. He says, I'm just hanging in there for you guys. And, some of it is my very good friends. Some of it is, and he says, you've been good to me. He said, you've been good to me, Willie. And I said, dude, you've been good to me. I got to tell you, Queen Wasp, I tip him fucking ridiculously, if he charges me, 150, parts is parts, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's not marking up parts like any other mechanic would. Not at all. He's just telling me, okay, the parts were 200 or 250 or whatever. Right. Let's say the parts is 150, and he'll look at me and he'll say, another 150 for my time, and I know all day long that's a $500 job,
Right.
and
Right.
he wants 300 for it.
Yeah.
I'm giving him the 300 plus another 100. You know,
Right. Right.
no
Yeah. No, I got you. Yeah.
no hands. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. If I'm really in a bind, I'll give him 50 or 75 instead of 100. But no fucking. And he appreciates it. And but
Yeah.
he's doing me more of a favor than I'm doing him.
Right. Right.
So I'm pretty excited about that. And he's got a buddy that's going to try and get here and look at my lawn tractor because I haven't mowed my lawn in about a year,
Oh, jeez.
which I'm fine with. If you've ever seen my backyard, my whole yard, I gave it back to Mother Nature.
Yeah. I
Um,
saw it.
but it's nice to be able to mow it every now and then.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I did a lot of cleaning up. I was on my feet, just going. And yeah, so that's about it. And I ended up, I think I fell asleep at 8:30, 9 o'clock, and then woke up about a half an hour ago and fucking zombied around this house for a little while. And
Yeah, I slept a lot today too.
yeah,
Yep. I woke up. I was like, I'm gonna be the martyr tonight, and I was grumpy. And I went into Nemesis and I said something, and then I had to write a message to him and explain to him why I was not gonna hang around because I'm not fit for, human interaction right now.
yep,
And then I wound up changing my mind, but I was just like, I'm going to be the martyr tonight. So now I'm just a complaining mess of God knows what. And I was like, yeah, I don't need to be around people. Maybe I shouldn't do this. but it's changed. I changed. But yeah. And then I was like, well, because one stop was like, are you going to go live? Are you going to go live? And I was like, I don't know, maybe. And in the meantime, I had promised myself I wasn't going to go live.
yep,
But I wound up going live. But I'm like, not tonight, folks. It ain't going to be no 12 hours tonight.
yep.
Somebody came in and said that to me last night. I forget who it was. And they were just like, oh, you're doing a 12-hour stream. And I was like, well, not really, but I guess. Because by the time I hit hour 10, I might as well stay up for 2 more hours.
Yeah.
That's how I see it. And like I said, you're not up here to fight with me, are you? No, I'm just kidding.
No.
It's been
never.
No. It's been like Fight Club on my stream.
Never, ever.
No, I know. It was like Fight Club yesterday too, and I was like, "What the hell? Everybody's got PMS. Everybody's got PMS."
And I'll tell you what, I meant that because I never ever say never, and I just said never ever to you. I just pronounced R's twice. I said never ever, and I fucking never. That's like you had me like answering a judge. Never ever, Your Honor. Never ever, Your Honor. That's pretty fun.
I avoid people if I'm gonna fight with them. You know what I mean? I'll just avoid you.
Yeah.
I'll go find something else better to do than sit here and argue with somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't consider my recent uninteractions or unengagements. Right. I don't consider that fighting at all. That was just me washing my hand, saying, "Hey, man, I'm done. I'm done."
Right.
And the more I thought about it, it was a good and a right decision. And and I was really sad because I barely scrolled around the streets at all after Jamie shut down.
Right.
I saw AC was alive. He had Tonic up there, and I think Jamie popped up for a minute, but I was working the whole time in the yard, so I was just glancing, just giving it half glances. And then Zat went live, and I was still working out in the yard. I went up there, was talking to him at Silver, and then my phone dropped me for some
Oh,
reason. I went back up. I sat there for like 10 minutes, didn't try to get a word in edgewise, but nobody said, hey, do you want a word edgewise?
yeah.
And then finally, I just turned my cam on and I just did the waving sign. And it was nice. Zach waved to me without saying anything. Silver waved to me, and I just dropped,
Yeah.
And then, the minute you drop, then all of a sudden, oh, how come Willie left? And,
Yeah, like you didn't give a crap when I was sitting up here waiting to talk. Yeah.
and so I just put in chat, I says, hey, I'm busy working around the homestead. I just wanted to say hi to you guys. And that's the only reason I went up there. So have a good one. And they asked how come I left, but then they never read my comment.
Right.
Because a second later they started reading the comments under me. And I came to the realization I ain't made for this, or I ain't built for this, or
Yeah.
this ain't for me. And I'm not doing no fucking announcing my departure or anything. I'm not doing that. I'm still gonna fucking play around. And I was really happy to see that you were sitting here by yourself. And I said, oh, I'll keep her company. And then right before I clicked the link, you said, I'm only up here for maybe another 15, 20 minutes. And I'm like, oh, even better. I'll keep her company for 15, 20 minutes,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I get to the point in my streams where it's weird. It's hard to explain, but if I get bored with myself,
Yep.
then it's time to kill the stream.
Right. 100%.
In the beginning, when I used to start these streams, when I'm not saying I'm very popular, but there were times when I would sit here for 20 minutes and nobody would come in.
Right.
Like at all. And
Right.
I'd be like, all right, 5 more minutes, guys. I guess not. I guess it's not a good night. And I'd click out and people would be like, you only had a 20-minute stream. Well, because I got bored with myself.
Right. And I'll tell you what, and I get that 100%. Like for instance, I'm a newbie in the stream yada,
Right.
episphere or whatever the fuck it's called. And if somebody's not clicking the link to come up and join me, I'm out.
Uh-huh.
Because I refuse to have a conversation with chatters only.
Yeah.
Can't do it. And it was hysterical because there was nothing on. I mean, there was, but there wasn't. And I don't know if you know that wicked Wiki Weenie girl.
I don't know her, but
she's part of the Canadians. There was Squishy and Wiki, and they're the savage Canadians that like took down JoJo, the Vegas guy and stuff and all that stuff. And they had a falling out, but they're still civil. It wasn't a severe falling out, but they've gone their own ways. So they used to go live together, and now they go live separate. And Wiki Weenie, I don't dislike her, but she does like a 30-minute, 60-minute live where all she does is just talk to the chat.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, you're answering like every third or fourth comment. Okay. So you're picking favorites and leaving other people out? How's that work?
Right. Yeah, well, Rebel does that. Abe does that.
Yeah.
Abe doesn't answer any questions.
I'm a big pay attention to the chat. I'm huge.
Right.
And I do it with you. I don't care if somebody's rambling on, and if you don't see it, a chat that needs to be recognized, I'll interrupt somebody and say, hey, hello, Kirsten.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming in. Or good night, Sugar Crits, or whatever. If somebody's, saying they're going to bed or whatever,
Yeah.
Because that's just social decency.
Mm-hmm.
When somebody's saying goodbye, you stop. Hey, these people that are just sitting up on panels going blah, 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 not looking at chat.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, it's 100%. We weren't made to do this. We were made as humans, you and I, to converse right now vocally. 100%. It's no different than, having a phone call, right?
Yeah. Hi, Blues.
Morning blues. Evening. I should say evening because it's not morning until until an hour before dawn. We all know that, right?
Morning to me.
Huh?
I said it's morning to me. It's after midnight.
Right.
After midnight.
But that's all it means is after midnight. I
Yeah.
looked it up recently because I started to wonder because people are saying, hey, it's after midnight, but it's the nighttime.
Right.
And I looked it up, and supposedly it's not morning until an hour before dawn.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
To me, it's not morning until I go to sleep and wake up. That's when it's the next that's when it's the next day.
Right. Right.
To me, it's still Sunday.
Yeah. Right.
Until I go to sleep and wake up, and then it'll be Monday. That's
So
where
yeah,
I
the
screw people up.
whole you and I talking is no different than than we could have been having this phone conversation in in the 1970s or 80s or whatever.
Yeah.
And but visualize now we were big house phone people, right, before there was ever cell phones, right? So now a house phone conversation is a great thing. We did it for decades or however long. And now you throw in this side chat. It's just like that annoying child off to the side that's going, bah, 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 bah.
Yeah.
It's a distraction. It's really, I wonder if the people that invented all this shit are sitting in a lab somewhere like Dr. Evil going, we're going to fucking drive them crazy,
Exactly.
And truth be told, you've seen plenty of pictures of me as a younger man. I've seen plenty of pictures of you as a younger woman. And, our best days are behind us.
Oh, yeah.
But you're not afraid to cam up. I'm not afraid to cam up. And I love the people like the Jamies of the world and the ACs of the world and the Tonics of the world and the Bretts of the world that aren't afraid to cam up,
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I never cammed up. It's funny. When I was on the Brit side, I always cammed up.
Yep.
Because this is my group of people. They were comfortable with me. They knew everything about me,
Yep.
And then you come over here and they start with the insults, and it's like, why should I even bother?
Yep. Oh, we got the man who does the Lord's work himself, Richard Cheese.
Hello, Richard Cheese. How
Well, actually, I don't know. See, I get confused because when we say hi to Blues, aren't we supposed to be saying hi to Swedish Sugar? And when we say hi to Richard Cheese, I think that's supposed to be Ace B or Andrew Brame. I don't know. I get so confused,
I don't know how it could even be. Yeah, I don't know. Look,
I tell you what.
I
tell you what. That was a fucking weird moment the other night. I was up with Lisa B.
Yeah.
And Swedish Sugar came up.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Oh, I've heard her, I think. Swedish Sugar.
Yeah, I've heard her. Yeah. She's a very controversial figure, right? Well, starting with she was Joe Cool's buddy back in the day.
Oh.
And you know who Joe Cool is, right?
No.
Oh, he's an auditor. He's a guy out of Chicago.
Is that D'Amico? No.
He's an auditor. He's got like, I don't know, 60 or 75,000. I like to think I have better grammar than Andrew. Dude, I tell you, if you pay attention, I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking give a fuck who the fuck Richard Cheese is. But if you pay attention, that's a funny motherfucking bastard. I swear to God, fucking Sugar Crits, Blues, and Richard Cheese is all the same person. Right?
Could be. I mean, that's like, who is it? Goozy.
Yeah.
Goozy comes in. Everybody's trying to figure out who Goozy is.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, apparently you want to be known as Goozy because you're under here as Goozy. So I'm just going to call you Goozy. I'm not going to wonder who you are.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You're portraying yourself in this
I mean,
persona.
I do wonder, but the same way I wonder about aliens. I wonder, but I don't, you know?
I want to know. I really do want to know. I'm intrigued by the way Goozy treats me. But,
I know you're intrigued by especially the Goozy, but yeah. And that would be a lot of work to be.
But other than that, I don't want to. You obviously don't want your cover blown, so why would I do that? You know?
Blues says Andrew made a video title called "So I Took It Upon Myself."
Oh, jeez.
You remember when bathroom books were a thing back in the day, you know, like with funny sayings in them and shit?
Yeah.
You could make a bathroom book on all the shit that Andrew Brame has done, all right?
Well, you know, I like it when certain people, and I'm going to bring this person up. I shouldn't, but I'm going to. You know, Abe is. Yes, exactly, Mallory, absolutely.
Yeah.
How Abe was always like, "Where's the receipts? Where's the receipts? Where's the receipts?"
Yeah.
So, Rick Crude wrote, "I have your recipes, Abe." I'm like, recipes? And I'm like laughing. That's funny to me because he can't spell. So I was like, oh, look, Abe, he's got your recipes now. And I'm like, you know, he writes certain things and it's funny as fuck.
Right.
You know?
Hey, Mallory.
Mallory.
But I tell you what, it wasn't until Mother's Day. I fucking died because I mean, we've been through many Mother's Day with Andrew and Mom Squatch, you know?
Yeah.
I've been through many of them. But it wasn't this year until I heard flowers. Flaurs. FLAOURS.
Oh my God.
And don't ask me how or why, but every other Mother's Day year or birthday, or because Andrew is famous for sending flowers, it didn't become capital F, all caps FLAOURS. Flowers. And I'm just fucking walking around this house fucking dying laughing. And good thing is I live alone. I could have a fucking rock band on my back porch and not a fucking, not a problem with it.
Yeah.
So I can walk around this I can walk around this fucking property screaming flowers at the top of my lungs all day long and nobody would have a problem.
Hey, Mallory, was Macaulay Culkin in that? I think I know what movie that is. I think. Was Macaulay Culkin in that? Wasn't he the
I don't know.
The bad kid?
Yeah.
He was the bad kid. No, yeah.
He was,
No, he was. It's a good movie. It's a crazy movie. Yep, Elijah Wood. Okay, yes. I saw that movie. That movie messed me up.
Yeah, I think I saw it, but it was very disturbing, right?
Oh, yeah. You want to see a disturbing movie? We need to talk about Kevin. That is such a disturbing movie. We were talking about it last night. That movie is kind of along the same lines.
Yeah.
Kinda.
I'm all done with scary movies. I used to love, I never had a problem. I'll tell you what, what was that? The Candyman? Was it Cabrini Green Projects in Chicago? Or
I don't know.
The Candyman, that scary movie with the bees, that scared me.
Oh, I never saw that.
Probably because I'm deadly allergic to bees. So
right.
But yeah, I wasn't and nothing really scared me. The only thing that's ever really scared me is real life, you know?
Well, that's it. It's the things that are plausible that are scary.
Right.
That could actually happen.
Yeah.
Not some alien.
I've had dozens of real life movies happen to me in real life.
Right.
You know? So that's why.
I never saw that. I think I did see that Jacob's Ladder, part of Jacob's Ladder. That was the one with the guy that's married to Susan Sarandon, right? The what's his name? The guy that was in Shawshank Redemption. See, now I just pull out actors. What's his name? I can't think. Yep. Mallory's like, yes. I can't think of his name, but he was married. He's married to Susan Sarandon, or was married to Susan Sarandon. I can't remember his name. Yeah. Andy. No, that was the Shawshank Redemption. Andy.
You know, Mallory, you're always welcome up here. Okay.
Thank you, Richard Cheese, Tim Robbins. But Mallory's come up.
Yeah, I know she has.
She totally blew my perception of her because to me, when I see her,
it was you and her and I, wasn't it? One time. Yeah,
I see her, and no offense, Mallory, but I swear I see a 23-year-old.
Right, I agree.
That's what in my head. You're like a young girl, very youngish girl, and then you came up and was talking to me about kids or something, and we were just, and I'm like, whoa.
Because I want to say Mallory's somewhere in the 40 to 50 realm, and and by the way, Mallory, you're always going to be 20s, a 20-year-old to us, always.
Exactly. I just see her as young. Same thing with Crits. I always thought Sugar Crits was super young, and they're like, oh no, she's this age. I'm like, what?
Yeah. No, because Sugar Crits, I learned a long time ago. I would put stuff in chat, or I would say stuff, and Sugar Crits would just totally catch on. Now, whether they are the same age as me, a little bit younger than me, or even 10 or 15 years younger than me, they know the 60s. They know about growing up in the 60s, whether it was from an older sibling or something. But, yeah. And but I'll tell you, you want to know a wild Tim Robbins story. I want to say it was one of my favorite people. Who's the guy that does the okay, so it was Comics Come Home, and it was to raise money, and it was Lenny Clark, and I know he's a Boston comedian, but Lenny Clark was in some big national stuff and what have you. But they would do a hockey game every year. And it was a big deal. And one year, the captains on either team was who's the guy with that shakes a lot? Michael J. Fox, is that it?
Yeah.
Yep. So it's a big celebrity hockey game at Boston Garden, and you got to pay at the time it was probably $25, which is probably the same amount of money as a regular NHL thing, but it was for charity. And I want to say that. One of the teams was sponsored by MasterCard, and then the other team was sponsored by let's just say Compaq Computer or something like that, And Tim Robbins was one of the team captains, but he had a piece of hockey tape over the MasterCard logo on his hockey jersey. And I come to find out the next day in the Boston Herald, he put the tape over the MasterCard logo on his hockey jersey because they weren't paying him.
Wow.
So he was happy to give his time to the charity.
But he wasn't going to.
But he didn't want MasterCard on his chest because they weren't paying him, supposedly. And I was like, wow. And,
yeah.
And if you don't hear from it from its own mouth, you don't know. That's just a news story that it came out or whatever.
That's funny. That's cool though.
Yeah.
Wait, but Mallory, since you're a Tim Robbins fan, was he the guy in the movie where he was wearing the woman's underwear and stuff, and he was like a ball player? Was he the one?
I mean, good actor. No advance about it. Yeah.
But there was a movie. I can't remember the name of the movie. But I think he was wearing like women's underwear underneath his uniform. And it's the name of a place. Well, I don't know. It was the name of a place. It's what was it called? I don't know.
That's funny.
He was wearing women's underwear. Hold on. I remember him wearing being kinky and stuff. Let me check. I will check. Oh, well, maybe that's what it is. I can't remember what it was called, though. Let me check. I'm always good at checking. Let me see. All right, Tim Robbins. I can't remember the name of the movie. Come on, Google. What the hell? We got a problem, Google? Huh? Hmm?
Hey,
Tim
listen.
Robbins movie where he wore women's underwear. Bull Durham. That's it.
Hey, I just want to whisper. Hey, Google, don't fuck with Queen Wasp tonight. All right.
Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea.
I absolutely have no idea. And can we keep it that way?
Yeah, I ain't saying a word. I ain't saying nothing. Yep, it was Bull Durham. And I just remember that he wore women's underwear under his uniform when he pitched. He was a pitcher.
So
It was supposed to help him.
there you go. Well, yeah, Joe Namath started that wearing nylons, right?
I remember that too. I remember he was on the Brady Bunch wearing his pantyhose or something.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, that is blues. That's a good one. Yeah.
Having worked outside in sub-zero temperatures, I'm gonna tell you, I tried the pantyhose back in the day because anything to create warmth, you know.
Did it work?
It didn't not work, but it just felt weird, you know.
Well, yeah.
So, but it was just like having a very tight pair of long johns on.
Right. I would think that it wouldn't work only because of the holes in pantyhose.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. But I mean, I grew up with long johns, thermal underwear, what have you. Long johns, thermal underwear, right?
They used to make well, I know for young girls they made the tights, but the woolen tights.
Yeah.
Not the nylon tights, the woolen tights.
What are you?
Warm.
I was a man in tights. That's right. What do they call them nowadays? What do they call the black pants all the girls wear?
Leggings?
Yeah. I bet you there's a lot of construction workers out there wearing leggings underneath their work pants, and which also on top of your work pants, you have an insulated jumpsuit, a union suit, a full body suit when you're out working in outside.
Yeah, there was a guy that did that. He did it on YouTube. He was like, not on YouTube, on Facebook, and he was like, "You ladies have been holding, and he's like, I put my wife's pants on by accident in the dark. Oh my God!" And he was bugging out.
Yeah.
The fleece line tights. Yeah, I can't. No.
Yeah, I was never able to do anything real tight. I mean, first of all, everybody knows I despise clothes. So if you ever see me cammed up and I'm wearing a shirt, that's me going the extra mile, putting on a Winnie the Pooh uniform for the camera,
Oh, Duck, yeah.
And most of the time, everybody sees me. I get up off of my couch when I'm cammed up. I get up off my couch probably 20 times every half hour. So I always have a pair of gym shorts on. So.
Right.
But I can't stand clothes to begin with. And then, And I mean, I had to wear a full uniform. I was usually in a fully encapsulated fucking level A fucking biohazard suit for the most of my career. And fuck that. I just wore so many layers. It was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I wore enough layers for many humans' lifetimes, So
you got to keep warm.
Yep. Well, it was either keep warm or keep alive, because a lot of times you were wearing a layer because whatever contaminant we were working with would kill you if it got on you, or if you inhaled it, or So that was interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm not into shoes and socks. I can't stand shoes and socks.
Oh, I love being barefoot. I mean, I love a good pair of shoes. I love a good pair of work boots. I love a good pair of hiking boots. I love a good pair of comfortable sneakers. And even like boat shoes or water shoes or what have you, but only for limited short amount of times.
Yeah, for their purpose.
Right. for their purpose, to go for a walk. I mean, like today, I was in my 20-year-old Nikes, which are my yard shoes.
Mm-hmm.
So I have yard shoes, and then I have work boots. Whereas if I'm jumping in and out of the Bobcat, if I'm doing legit Bobcat work, I put on work boots because I'm not going to go fucking breaking an ankle just because I'm being stupid, you know.
Right. Well,
But
I
today
wear
was not.
sandals.
Yeah, today was not one of those days. I've never been able to wear like sliders or what do you call them, thongs or whatever, tongs,
Flip flops.
flip flops. Yeah, never been able to wear them. It was always Jesus. I always had to have Jesus sandals.
Right.
I always had to have a strap around the back of the heel,
Yeah, I need to too. Yeah.
and they have to click in. I do have a Bobcat. It's a 1988. I got it going. I got it going one day. I was on Hippies one day about a month ago, and I got it going after it sat quiet. I hadn't started it in many months. It's a 1988. I have a trailer. It was a homemade car carrier trailer, which I currently haven't used for a few years. The trailer has a wooden deck on it, which is completely rotted and needs to be changed. And the oak boards are about 4 inches thick, so that's a little bit of money. But yeah, I have 2 acres here. So the Bobcat's mainly here for snow removal emergency, worst case scenario, because I live on a main road, so my snowbank can get mighty high. Yep. Yeah, it's a little old. I can't even think of the name of it right now. Yep. It's a 1988 742B, I think it is. Back when Melrose made it. Melrose was the big original company. Yep, it's a diesel. And yeah, it takes I got to give it a little shot of ether, a little shot of starting fluid every time to get it going. But then if once I start it, I can restart it all day again, and sometimes even the next day. But it only needs a tiny little start and it gets going. Yeah, I'm just like a country farmer motherfucker that's just that can't grow a fucking thing. I got a black thumb. I got a greenhouse and fucking hippies like I would have that full of weed, you know. I'm like, hey, knock yourself out, man. You know, the only problem is we live fucking 100 miles away from each other.
That's it.
But yeah, fuck shoes and fuck clothes but
Yeah, I don't.
it was quite the interesting day today. Like I said, it was one of those realization days where I think I'm gonna start YouTubing a wicked lot less.
Yeah, I hear you.
And I got so much to do. I got so much to do in my real life, but it's not, go to a paid job, but it's just shit that I need. I mean, I was in a world-class funk for a lot of years. I mean, a motherfucking goddamn Nobel Prize, fucking every fucking Olympic gold medal, fucking capital FUNK for a long time. So I let a lot of shit go. It was shit that could be let go, I guess, you know?
Well, yeah, but sometimes you need to do it.
Yeah, well, that's another thing. Look at that. My favorite stalker and I, Patty Two Shoes, we've become buddies now. Do you know that?
Well, that's it. I'm not calling the beaner burrito fatty no shoes.
I'm talking about STL. Why did you change your name?
Hi,
Hey,
Richard.
I don't know why STL changed his name. Did you see the video?
No.
Oh, there was 2 videos that Mrs. STL put out when they were on vacation. Are you still up in the Pacific Northwest, or are you back home again now? I can't keep track of time. I'm fucking demented. So, yeah, diesel car. I mean, look at Europe and Ireland and Great Britain. A lot of diesel cars over there, right, Queen Wasp?
Yeah.
Yep. I said, are you still? Oh, okay. So I guess you're still up in the Pacific Northwest. All right.
Yeah, he's still up there. He was talking about it before.
Yeah. Oh, I missed it. I wasn't. I didn't. I didn't hear anything prior to clicking the link.
Yeah, sorry. No, I got kind of distracted for a minute there.
No, that's all right. That's that's my job. You get distracted. I sit and talk. I sit and talk to my best friends in the chat, and that's it. We're best friends, right? We're best friends now, Patty Two Shoes. All right. And you can come up with any nickname you want for me. All right. Everybody has. I don't know what my best nickname is. I'm always going to be Hobo Ralph, but I'm awful partial to that Willard.
That freaks me out because somebody says, I think it's Brian King will be like, "Hey, Ralph," and I'm like, "Who the hell is Ralph?" And I'm like,
I don't think so. My nickname, Hobo Ralph, which Brett gave me many, 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 many years ago, is based upon a real Ralph.
right.
That's in Brett and mine's lives. I don't know if Brian King knows that I'm not real Ralph. You dig?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah. Can I tell you something?
Sure.
I had to tell Tonic in a private chat recently that I'm not real Ralph. After being up on panel with him for what, the last year?
Yeah.
Now, everybody knows that I'm not much of a partaker. Willie No Shoes. I like that. Oh, yeah, you came up with that a couple of weeks ago. That's right. You're in both our lives as well. And by the way, I come to find out that real Ralph shares a birthday with Jamie. I think I probably knew that, but I was reminded of that yesterday, okay?
Oh, geez, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And now I just forgot what the hell I was going to say. Oh, yeah. So everybody knows I'm not much of a partaker of the weed, right?
Right.
I can roll a joint. I can take a couple of hits. I can smoke a half a joint and I'm fucking high as fucking Mars. Or I can take 2 hits and that joint will last me a week or 2 weeks or what have you. Well, fucking real regular Ralph, he's a weed god. All right? He's a weed god. His whole entire industry life is weed. Also, everybody knows, I think the only person poorer than me on fucking YouTube is you, Queen Wasp, right?
What?
We're a couple of fucking poors, right?
Yeah.
Well, regular Ralph's not poor.
All right. Well,
so I had to explain it to Tonic. In a private chat. He's like, "Wow, man, I never knew."
I don't think he pays attention that much.
Yeah, know. Right. But he had to connect the dots because he should have tried to connect the dots because, and whenever anybody would say, "Oh man, your product's amazing. The fucking shit that you put out is great," talking like I'm regular Ralph, right?
Right.
I would just go along with it. I'd be like, "Oh yeah, thanks, man. I'm not gonna fucking." So it's fucking hysterical how. And the people that know me way, way, way back in like the early days of Brett's After Party, like Sugar Grits, knows that I'm Will AK because when I come up, when I come up on here on my phone and I type in the chat, it says Will AK,
Right.
Don't ask me how or why my phone does that, but that's what it does. But yeah, it's pretty funny. It's fucking absolutely hysterical. And I'm sure a lot of people, it took them a lot of overtime to figure out. Now, wait a minute. Is this motherfucker guy a weed god who's broke? How's that working out? Or is this a weed god guy that doesn't really smoke? How's that working out?
Right.
And I'm sure a lot of people figured it out on their own, but it's hysterical. So I think that Brian King truly thinks that I am the real regular Ralph. And can I tell you something else? This little story that I just told you over the last couple of 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's about the 100th time I've told it.
I've heard it before.
Right.
I'm not going to lie. I've heard it before.
Yeah. And I don't know, did you hear it here or did you hear it elsewhere?
No, you've told it to me. You've
Oh,
told me
okay.
time.
Yeah. So, and one of these days I got to sit down with Brian, and I mean, there's only a handful of people that I have ever interacted with outside of regular panels or chats.
Right. Well, he said it was just easier than writing the whole big long Willie the Hobo Ralph, so he just shortened it to the last word on your name.
There you go. Yep.
That's what he said. I don't know.
Yep.
I mean,
And
who am I to
well,
judge, right? Yeah.
yeah. And I mean, you can call me Will. You remember the old Johnson, Ray Johnson? You can call me Ray, or you can call me Jay, or
I
you can
do.
call me Johnson.
I remember that. Oh my God.
His name was Raymond J. Johnson. That's why you can call me Ray, or you can call me Jay, or you can call me Johnson. That guy would go on for that was a funny bit.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, I have no problem. I absolutely love it. That people call me when people just call me Will or people just call me Willie. The Will A was just, and I told you this story before, was just a slight at somebody.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was a slight at somebody slash a shout out to Ponzi. So,
Right.
but yeah, people can call me Will. They can call me Willie. Willie No Shoes.
Willie No Shoes.
Maybe we'll be the next. Who was it? Rowan and Martin or Dean Martin? What was it?
Rowan Morton. Yeah. From
Rowan and
Laughing.
Martin.
From Laughing.
Okay, but that wasn't Dean Martin, was it?
No.
A different Martin. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Dean Martin was with who was the guy that always did the telethon? Jerry Lewis.
Lewis. Yeah.
Now Lewis and Martin was a big thing. They were a comedy duo, but then they broke up, right?
I don't know. That I don't know.
Yeah, Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin, I believe, were a huge comedy back in the 40s or 50s, maybe even into the 60s, and then they broke up. They had a falling out.
It's funny that they did that because I know that Jerry Lewis does the telethon, but
Yep.
who does it wasn't Dean Martin. Who was it? Somebody does St. Jude's. Who the hell does that?
Danny Thomas.
Danny Thomas, thank you. I can picture him. I can see him, but
yeah, a very unique looking individual. And plus, he's Marlo Thomas's dad, right?
Marlo Thomas.
Marlo was her name, wasn't it?
Marlo, yeah. Marlo Thomas, yeah.
And I forget what she's famous for. I know she became famous for the St. Jude later in life, but I think she was an actress too.
Yeah, I don't even know. Isn't that funny? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's because it's called getting old.
Yeah. It's true. I'm always looking shit up. I'm like, hang on, I'll look it up. Because people just ask me things and I'll be like, well, why don't you look it up? And no, I don't want to look it up. All right, fine, I'll look it up.
I have no problem looking stuff up.
And they're like, don't Google it. And I'm like, Google is what I do. All right.
I'm just very slow at looking stuff up.
Well, Google is a bitch sometimes because if you don't ask the question the right way, you're not going to get your answer.
Well, I've never, ever been able to use Google Voice because of my accent.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah. I always have to type shit out. Yeah. And everybody knows I'm the worst, most fucking hate-filled typer on the fucking planet. All right. Well, it's all one fucking letter at a time.
I know.
I mean, I just started to get good at doing two thumbs,
Two thumbs? I use my index finger. There you go.
Two thumbs. I started getting good at two thumbs, and then whoever created us went, no, you can't do that anymore because you're getting old.
Yeah, so. I can't do that. So my fingernails, I can't.
Oh, right.
So I have to using my index finger. I'm a one finger texter.
So now the original Google Grandma, Silver Diamond, has competition. You're the Google Grandma 1.0, right?
Well, but I don't type usually. I do voice. So
right. But still,
I'm lazy.
A Google grandma is a Google grandma. That's all there is to it. Doesn't matter if you're doing voice or not.
Yeah, I do normal. Yeah. I just talk to type, and that's why it comes out so crazy sometimes.
Oh,
Like,
that's so good to know. Holy shit, they're coming back Friday. That's got to be different. I will say, I just caught on to that. What time is it? 10 minutes later, it's 1:26 a.m. and at 1:16 a.m. he typed, "We're coming back Friday."
yeah.
I will say one of the most amazing things that I'll never forget was I flew on like a July 3rd one time.
Right.
Because when I was living down in Florida, running that office for Clean Harbors down there, they would fly me up to fucking Boston every fucking like 2-3 times a month.
Right.
I flew like 100 times a year for 2 years straight. But one time I flew, and of course from Tampa to Boston is just right up the East Coast, right? And it
Right.
was nothing but fireworks display after fireworks display from a plane.
Oh, wow.
And a plane at like, I mean, what do you're probably at like 30,000 feet, I'm guessing. And it was just amazing. And I can't remember whether I was sitting in the window seat on the right-hand side looking at the coast, the whole East Coast.
Right.
So it was all like town fireworks going off of barges, which you've seen plenty of times, I'm sure, right?
No, well, kind of. Sometimes.
Yeah. And but it was amazing. I just got to watch, like professional fireworks show after professional fireworks show the whole ride up. It was awesome.
Yeah, that is.
Yep.
That is.
Well, I hope you have a very safe travels and trails for the rest of your holiday and on the way home, because even though you know how I feel, I don't want to see any harm to come to anybody.
Exactly. And then he'll be back with us again for.
Yep. That's right.
What's it?
I have a million questions, but I won't pry. Are you are you seriously thinking of relocating? I wonder. Why, wonder why. Why she ran away, and I wonder. Remember that song?
Yes.
Wasn't that My Little Runaway?
Yeah, wasn't that? Who was that? Dion? No.
I don't know. I was
Del,
going to say
Del Shannon, I think. Del Shannon.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Is it the Shondells or Shanana?
Yeah, one of them. I think it was Del
Well, I
Shannon.
tell you what, and you've heard me. Hey, darling McGee. Batty Two Shoes. You've heard me say this 100 times that if I could live anywhere, it would probably be somewhere around the Charleston area. So I think you're in God's country right now, and it can't get any better. Just fucking go and visit every now and then. But for God's sakes, both of you get in shape, will you? Can't have no fucking cardiac arrests on the fucking Twin Falls that we never saw. We got ripped off. Did you hear about that, Queen Moss?
No, I did not.
Oh, Paige and Batty Two Shoes went to take us on a hike to Twin Falls, somewhere up in the state of Washington.
Right.
And it's twin waterfalls. And it's a big deal. And they were showing the hiking trail going up, and a lot of humans going up and a lot of humans going down. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. And so when you promise Twin Falls and then don't deliver, it's a letdown, you know? Yeah. So I had to take a break, and I really felt bad for Paige because she goes, my God, like 3-year-olds are running up and down this thing, and so aren't 90-year-olds. And she was running out of gas. She bit off more than she could chew.
Yeah. That's why you won't catch me hiking.
We're all guilty of that. Too hot, and the mosquitoes are terrible in Charleston. See, I never knew that. All right. I get you. But But if I was in Charleston, don't you have some amazing beaches nearby? I would just be in the salt water as many fucking hours as I could. And I say the same thing here. I'm in the ocean state. I should be in the salt water every day. And I just have to get off my ass and start doing it. But I'm working towards that. And plus, there's costs. There's fucking beach parking and this and that and gas to get back and forth and on. I do love the ocean, though.
The ocean, yeah. I guess.
It's just so healing, salt water.
Yeah.
And I just love wearing as little clothes as possible. The beaches are mid in Charleston. All right. So we're not talking any Cape Cod or Rhode Island or Maine beaches. All right. Beautiful city, though. Been there many times.
Oh.
The first time I'm probably driven up and down the East Coast, I don't know, probably 20 times. And one of the first few times I pulled off and I went, we got to go see Charleston just because it's famous and fucking, we just got to go check it out. And just spent a day fucking driving around Charleston, checking out all kinds of cool stuff. They have a lot of history there. I enjoyed it. Absolutely.
I've been to Charleston.
Yeah.
I went there because my friend was dating a Navy guy.
Yep. Beautiful architecture.
Yeah. I took a picture that looks like a postcard.
Yep.
It looked just like a postcard. It was crazy.
Yeah. Yep. There's nothing better than fishing. Oh, I did a lot of saltwater sport fishing, big sport fishing too, but like tunas and sharks and shit and stuff back in the day. I miss that. I should go fishing more often.
Yeah, I can go fishing right here.
Yep, absolutely. Positively. Now, is there any decent deals on local fish that are, attractive at all or catered towards a less than wealthy person?
Here?
Yeah.
Are you talking in Charleston?
No. Where you are?
No, they don't. I don't know.
Yeah.
We have all kinds of fish. We have all kinds.
Yeah. Right.
The blues run when the blues run,
Yep. And the stripers.
Yep.
No, but I just meant, there's a lot of fishing that goes around in your area.
Yeah. Wow.
Commercial fishing, right?
Well, no, because we got the bay, but.
Yep. So you were talking mostly recreational and sport fishing.
Yeah, just recreational. Yeah.
Yep.
Like I guess you need a license, but nobody ever gets a license. I mean.
Right. Well, that's another thing. If I was going to go fishing, I would 100% have a license.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, my son goes fishing. He does catch and release, though. He doesn't even.
Yep. That's cool. That's very cool.
Yeah, he likes it. He's a lure fisher, like not a lure fisher. What do they call it? Like I'm a bottom fisher.
Yeah.
He's with the lure, so he just likes to go for this Well,
whatever. It's more of a sport of it.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
But nowadays you got the bugs. Why bother? Certain time, yeah, but you only have a certain time, and then you got the bugs that come out. Freaking sea robins and yeah.
Yeah. I was so lucky having grown up in Weymouth because right next door was a city which everybody knows, Quincy, Massachusetts, where two presidents are buried, a father and a son.
Adams?
Yep. John Adams was the second president, and then his son, John Quincy Adams, was, I think, the fifth, number 5, I believe. But Quincy, back when I was a young person, as early as I can remember, right up until about maybe 1980, was the flounder capital of the world. And we used to go out there. We used to call it flounder pounding. And flounder is a delicious fish. It's just a bottom fish, you know. So
Right.
you drop your weight down with the sea worm on it. Remember the sea worms that bite you that have the little pinchers?
Yeah.
Yeah. You drop a sea worm down the bottom, you pick it up, you pick your weight up, you take a half a crank on your reel, and you just sit and wait, and you would just all of the boat ramps in Quincy when it was flounder season would be full of pickup trucks with the slide-in campers, you know, the kind that you slide in the back of a pickup truck.
Right. Right.
And they would all be from New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania. So all of the sports fishermen guys from New Jersey, and I am so old I might have voted for John Quincy Adams. That's correct, sir. Um, but yeah, they would when it was flounder pounder season, and they actually fished them out. So I don't know if they made a comeback or not, because right around the time that they got fished out was the time that I started, you know, having jobs, buying houses, having crotch fruits, all that stuff, you know.
Right.
So, but man, I can remember flounder pounding, and I would bring the flounder home, and my mother would be so excited. And you clean them right out in the boat, you know. And yeah, there was a place called Hurley's in Quincy Point, and you could rent a little dory kind of wooden boat, maybe like a 15-footer, and it might have a 10 horse on it. It could barely get out of its own way. So you could rent that for the day for like $15
Wow.
and just go out there and back then there was no limits. I don't think, you know, I don't think there was because now it's all about conservation and letting them, you know, repopulate and stuff, which is the way it should be.
Yeah.
But back then, I don't recall there being any limits. And we would have flounder for supper for the next, you know, 20 nights. And yeah, we used to take the bus as like 15-year-olds and take the bus, you know, numerous buses. You'd go from bus to bus to bus to bus to get to Quincy Point, to go to Hurley's, to hand the guy $15, and then you'd be out on the water. It was great.
Those were the good old days.
Oh, were they ever? Even into the 80s, I went to a state park in the Keys, and it's called John Pennekamp State Park, and it's famous for a lot of things, but one of the things it's famous for is it has a Christ of the Deep statue. And I mean, we rented a 21-foot center console with like 150 horse on the back. They gave us fins, they gave us masks, they gave us snorkels, and it was like, and this is in the 80s, either 80s or 90s, and it was like $50 for the day. And I mean, you could go 3, 4, 5, 6 miles off and just have a blast. And yeah. Yeah, look at the fun fact that Patty Two Shoes put in the chat.
Yep. Fluke and flounder.
Yeah. And how great is fucking, I guess, is it Mother Universe or God or whoever that created all these wild characters like flatfish, bottom fish?
Yeah. I mean, I can catch fluke and flounder where I am. I can walk right to the end of the pier. We caught one off the end of the pier one time.
Yep.
I caught a lobster one time.
There you go.
But it's where the ferry comes in, and there was just supposedly a hole there, and I didn't know about it. And you shoot, you know, you just fishing between the pilings, and
yep.
All of a sudden I pulled up a lobster. It was weird.
That's a riot.
Yeah.
Well, you know, lobsters, and I think most crustaceans, they're like the garbage men of the ocean, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So they eat all the crap. They eat, you know, all that other stuff. Yeah, that same boat. And you know what, Patty? I don't know, because it was part of like the Department of Nature and Conservation at John Pennekamp State Park. It's a state park. So it might be 150 now versus 50 back in the 80s and 90s, because it's a state organization, not a private boat rental organization. So, it's like I looked up. But anyways, so I was working in Boston Harbor one time, and of course I was working on a tugboat or something, and we were working with another tugboat, and they're working on moving a barge, and they were pulling the anchor up. A barge doesn't have a motor, but a barge might have a motor that can crank up its anchor, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they call spuds. When you see a barge that has big giant poles, big giant pilings sticking up out of the air, those are called spuds. So what they do is they drop down and they stick into the bottom, and that holds the barge in place. And I saw an anchor coming up one time, and it was right next to the Deer Island water sewage treatment plant. And attached to the anchor chain was the biggest lobster I've ever seen in my life. It was ginormous. And actually, one of the guys actually got a hold of it and took it. And they say that those like big, ginormous lobsters, like 10-pounders, they say they're not as good as the 1.25, 1.5 pound chicks.
Oh yeah, because they're all weathered and yeah.
Right. But the guy was holding it up. I don't know if he took it home or not, but that gigantic lobster was living right next to a sewage treatment plant.
Wow.
So it was basically like gorging itself. That's pretty wild. Yeah, I've always wanted to go back to the Keys, but you got to have a partner doing that shit,
Oh, the Keys? I've been to the Keys. My
Yeah.
aunt used to have a house on the Keys.
Whereabouts? The
I don't
Keys.
know.
The Keys is my favorite spot.
Where? I don't know, but it was right on the canal.
Yep.
That's all I know.
Yeah.
My aunt Grace.
Oh, I love Florida at the time. I would never go there now. I mean, I would go to visit. I got a crotch fruit that lives down in Southwest Florida.
Yeah, she used to live in Dania. She
Yep.
had a house in Dania.
Yep.
And then a house on the Keys.
Yep.
And I was 17, 18.
Nice.
And my uncle, her husband.
Yeah.
I was going to go there and work for the summer, and he wouldn't let me. So.
What the fuck?
He's in the drugs.
Now, Dania is in the metropolitan Miami, Fort Lauderdale area, right?
What?
Dania, you were saying, right?
No, I believe it's right. I think it's in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's what I meant. It's right in that metropolitan
area.
Okay.
See, I'm not good with stuff like that. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. No. I got you. Yeah. Well, that was like, somebody in Queens having a beach house,
Yeah.
out where you are or something. So that was very normal back then. I know a lot of people that lived in the metropolitan Miami, Fort Lauderdale area that had houses in the Keys,
Yeah.
That was common back then. Just like when I grew up south of Boston, a lot of people had houses on the Cape or a house in Plymouth or, and now it's like unheard of except for the rich to have two houses. But back in the day, the middle class could afford two houses, to have a summer house, a cottage house, a beach house.
Oh yeah, she had her husband that died had a restaurant out here and made tons of money. So
yeah. I mean, I know a lot of Mainers that have a house and then they have a camp, which is a small cottage, whatever, up in the mountains,
Yeah.
But camps are usually very, very, very rudimentary. Most of the time, they don't have electricity, so your refrigerator runs on propane, your stove runs on propane, just cold water, no hot water. A lot of times. Jeez, that reminds me. I turned my furnace on so I could take a shower earlier tonight, and I forgot to shut it off afterwards.
I have my air conditioner on, which is strange.
Mine just came on, and thankfully I got up and I just turned it off, literally, as you said that.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it off.
I have a window fan, the little window fan that has two little 6-inch diameter fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that running because it's 66 degrees outside, so
it's 75 here. It's stuffy.
Wow. It's still 1,000% humidity here.
Yeah.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it. But yeah, I'm trying to pump the house full of 66-degree temperature before it goes back up to frickin' mid 80s in a few hours. And
Yep. See what it's like tomorrow, but
yeah, supposedly it's going to be a wee bit of a warm week.
great.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. My only saving grace is my garden hose. You know?
Yeah, I hear you.
I mean, we never needed swimming pools as kids, right?
No, you just had you had the backyard.
Right. Well, you had the sprinkler, right? You had the sprinkler, you had the garden hose, you had the beach.
Yep.
You and I grew up in similar environments. Saltwater was just a bike ride away, or for you, maybe a walk,
Yep.
But
Yep.
for me, it was just a 10 or 15 or 20 or 30-minute bicycle ride, depending whether I wanted to go to saltwater or freshwater. And then when I was 18, my mother, who was very, very, very poor, she loved to swim, but she was a large Marge.
Right.
She put in a built-in pool
Well,
when
there
I
you
was
go.
18, when I was 18 years old, for nothing other than herself.
Well, there you go.
And that was beautiful,
Yeah.
And it was fun. We sold the house after she passed. We sold the house to a friend. They fucking filled the pool in. They filled in an 18 by 36 standard
Wow.
backyard underground pool. Yeah, well, hey, they didn't want a pool. That's cool. Whatever.
Wow.
And then,
Bet you they regretted it later.
yeah, maybe not. Some people just aren't pool people. That's all. They're sort of kind of barflies, so I think they like bars more than pools.
Oh, jeez.
But when I say barflies, like they belong to like the Elks or whatever,
Yeah, yeah.
So they got all their buddies there and what have you. And but yeah. And then when I first had my twin crotch roots, we put in an above ground pool. And this is pretty interesting because we put in an above ground pool at a home that was 6 houses from the water, from the ocean.
Jeez.
But it was great. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, I got the pool as a bonus. My boss paid for it. And it wasn't a lot. It was back in 1990. It was like $3,000 for the most expensive Esther Williams above ground pool that money could buy, So it wasn't a huge ton, it wasn't like it was $10,000 or anything.
Yeah, I had an above ground pool too at one point.
Yeah. This was a 30-foot diameter Esther Williams, and it held the same amount of water as an 18 by 36 underground pool.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And so that was great for teaching the kids how to swim and just being able to just have parties and everything. It was a lot of fun and everything. But,
Yeah.
and then I was always a big saltwater guy. You've heard me saying that I love vacationing on the Cape and on the Vineyard and what have you. And I was always on boats and always on the water and always swimming. But now that I don't have any of that, my best friend is my fucking garden hose.
That's it.
I just go out in the backyard or on the back porch and I make believe like I'm fucking 7 years old again and just fucking douse myself down and just go do what I got to do. And
That's
I
it.
took a shower on the back porch tonight.
I would love to do that.
Yeah. And it's wicked, like, white trash back porch shower, but it's clean water and it's clean soap. So
That's
what's
it.
the biggie?
That's it. There is no biggie. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like something people would be doing back in the 20s or 30s or 40s or something as a necessity.
Right.
I'm doing it as a luxury.
That's it. Well, hey, there you go.
And I'm very, very lucky because my property is so secluded. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think my neighbors would appreciate me.
yeah, and I get that. I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky that I have that. I have an airport nearby, a small airport, a smallish regional airport. And I crack up because it's constantly little Piper Cubs going above, and I'm standing out there bollocky, bare ass naked, taking a shower. They probably see a lot of that, though, you know?
Yeah, well,
Probably. I
I,
mean, everybody's.
I can imagine the what do they call them? Flight attendants. And to your left, there's that man that's always bathing naked on the porch. Everybody come to this side of the plane and you can see it. You know, you're famous and don't know it.
Maybe. Well, if I'm famous, it's like, okay, well, there's that orca, there's that beluga whale, that walking beluga whale down there. That's what they're fucking. That's what they're saying. All right.
You are not that fat. Oh my god.
I'm not. I'm not as fat as I used to be.
Right.
And but I'm still a large Marge. All right, a little bit.
Yeah. Well, you're talking to a large Marge, so
yeah. Well, guess what? I love my snacks. So
yeah,
I ain't fucking quitting smoking, and I ain't quitting snacking until I die. But I try and get out there and get physical and do shit and stuff.
Right.
Yeah. I worked so hard today down there. I literally could not get up off a 5-gallon bucket because I was my legs were like, I felt like I was on Heartbreak Hill running the Boston Marathon and I couldn't walk no more. But just took 5 and took a break. Now I'm going to be junk today.
Yeah, that's how I was today. I was junk yesterday. I mean,
yeah, I'm going to be garbage today. But I have 11 hours of StreamYard to use up before midnight.
Before midnight, when it resets?
Yeah, you get 23 hours a month.
Yeah, it's funny. As soon as I started that, I burned it up in 3 days. It was like I would do 8-hour streams, and like, well, that's the end of that. I don't know. I don't know.
That's pretty funny.
That's why I wound up having to pay for it because there was no way I could do 3 days a month. It just.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never even paid for YouTube. So.
No, I've never paid for YouTube, but.
Yeah, that ain't. I don't see myself ever. I don't see myself ever paying for StreamYard, and I don't see myself ever joining any organizations.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll have to see what happens. Maybe I'll have to go live around I don't know, 7, 8, 9 a.m. and I'll go for 11 hours, burn it up.
Oh gosh. Yeah. No, but I think, doesn't it carry? I think it carries.
I don't think it does.
Oh no?
No. And I think I mean, when I did my first live, I would have to look up to see what day it was, date or whatever.
Uh-huh.
But when I did my first StreamYard, do you realize I had StreamYard downloaded on my phone for a year?
And didn't know it?
No, I knew it, but I didn't. No, I just didn't have the balls to pull the trigger.
Right.
Yeah. So I went live. Let's see. Now, hold on a minute. Just hold on a minute. I went live 2 weeks ago. It doesn't say what date, does it? Uh-oh. June 11th. So I don't know. Is that 2 weeks ago? I don't have a calendar nearby.
Today's the 20. Today's the 30th.
30th. Yeah.
So the 26th would be
19 days.
25th. Right? 25th would be 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. So it was June 11th. So it was much more than 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
You know how YouTube does that? Says it was a day ago, but it was really 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Or it says it was 3 days ago and it was really a day ago. Yeah, it's not easy, Darlene. It's not. I mean, I give a lot of credit to Queen Wasp is one of the reasons that I went live, that I went StreamYard live.
Oh, thank
Because
you.
just sitting up here, I have a lot of mentors in this community. Yo, one of them. Lisa B's one of them. Zat's one of them. AC, Tonic, Brett. All these people that love to go live and love comedy and love good conversation. And
Well, that's what it boils down to. Is sometimes if you follow enough people, you don't have to go live.
right,
You know
right.
what I mean? Like,
Yep. Well, my only problem is I am so fucking against typing,
right.
and I'm so against like typing conversations,
I
I
need,
just
I need
Yeah.
to mention. I
we
need to
got
mention something.
uh,
Oh,
hi
it's funny.
Patrick.
I thought it was zero.
Hi Patrick.
I need to mention something. Like 2 nights ago, Willie mentioned how he had like the only Crip Connie voodoo doll.
That I know of. Now maybe I'm wrong.
Uh-huh. So let me ask you something. Let's say if you were to have that doll with you at all times, through the years as you get older,
Yep.
would that mean when you're really old that you're a crypt keeper?
And he left. Good
that was
one,
the
Brian.
fucking worst joke he's ever told. But at least I got that. I could tell the minute he said getting older, I knew he was going to say Crypt Creeper. I knew it.
Yeah.
So it was thanks, Prime. So it was June 11th, right? And I went live for what the fuck was it? 4 hours and 36 minutes. And then I think that afternoon I jumped on Zats, and we were actually like doing rudimentary math, saying, okay, well, if I go live, like trying to divide my remaining hours, my
Right.
remaining 15 hours up. And it was like it was heroin, and we're like, okay, well, I could do heroin on like the 15th and then the 20th and then the 25th for 5 hours each day, and then we'll be good, and on and on. And
Right.
little did I know, I only did a couple more lives after that. I did the what the hell did I do? Well, I did my first one, and then the next one was only an hour delivering the car down to Cape Cod. And then I did my I don't know what it was, Thirsty Thursdays. I guess that was last Thursday or something. And then one day ago, I did What Grinds My Gears, where I had all the fucking big dogs up there. I had fucking Tonic and Terry and God knows who. Christ, I had Bubs and Zat and all kinds of people.
Wow. I must have missed that one. I don't know. Maybe I went
Yeah.
out that night. I probably went out that night. I
Yeah.
go out sometimes.
Fatty Two Shoes and his missus are my mentors on what not to do in life. All right. But it's good to have a what not to do mentor. It's good, right?
Oh yeah.
Like Abe. Abe is a what not to do mentor, right?
I barely saw Abe today. Now that you mention it, well, then again, I was asleep all day, so never mind.
Right. Yeah. I see so little. I travel so little from home, and plus, if like AC's talking about somebody that I don't know about, I just check right out. I'm just like, yeah, no, this does not interest me at all. If I was really, 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 really bored and lonely, I could listen to AC talk about goddamn fucking corn farmers, because he's a funny guy and I enjoy listening to him, and
Yeah.
he can make anything funny, but
Yep.
I'm really specific in what makes me happy and what makes me funny, what makes me laugh.
Yeah, I feel, in my opinion, myself, I feel rude sometimes because I'll go to somebody's stream and I'm like, oh, fuck this, I'm bored. and I'll leave, and I'll be like, how do so many people sit through my streams? Because I get bored on other people's streams. Like, oh yeah, I'm going over here. Let me check this out. Like,
Yeah, that's just humans humaning. That's all you're doing. Is just being a human, and you're humaning. That's all. Absolutely right. I mean, I love you more than life itself, and the same for Lisa B. But sometimes I look at Lisa B and I just nope right the fuck out of there.
Yeah, not tonight. Well, she lets Rick up. I mean,
yep, absolutely. I said I was so happy the other night, and she goes, "Oh, here he is. He's in the basement." And I went, "Bye, Lisa." I was on panel. I went, "Bye," and she really caught it because she went, "I know."
Yeah. Well, here's the funny. Prime just came up. I thought it was actually 0, and when I hit the button, I went, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, right.
I did. I was like, "Oh man," And then he spoke, and I was like, "Oh, okay, it's freaking Prime."
Well, I was actually looking forward to it because I thought it was going to be maybe a nice, if it was 0, I was going to be. Obviously, I'm in a very, 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 very chill mood.
Yeah, you're in a good place right now.
I just slept 3 or 4 hours. I just woke up. I don't know if I'm going to go back to sleep or not. I'm in morning mode,
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I just was like, oh, and then he spoke, and I was like, oh, okay. The fact that he still calls him Patrick, but tells me that I'm a liar.
Yeah.
Prime tells me I'm a liar and he's not going to pay me for my information, but still calls him Patrick nevertheless.
Dude, he came up on Lisa B's the other night, clean shaven, in the midst of shaving.
Who?
Prime.
No.
Oh my God. He had just shaved his beard off, completely clean shaven. No disrespect whatsoever, Prime. I forget who it was in the chat, but they said that head is a human butt plug.
Oh. See, I've seen pictures, but never, yeah.
It was hysterical.
He gave me the biggest compliment tonight, though.
And Prime, I look at myself and I laugh every single day. And I just laugh because I used to win fucking Tom Selleck fucking Magnum PI lookalike contest. And now I look like I could fucking, who's that fucking hairy guy in Harry Potter? That fucking Gollum guy or whatever the fuck it is.
Oh, Hagrid?
Hagrid, yeah. Now I look like Hagrid.
I love Hagrid, though.
Yeah.
Grizzly Adams, that's what I think of. Grizzly Adams.
Yep. Grizzly Adams.
Prime gave me the biggest compliment before. He told me that he sees me as a mom.
There you go.
And I was like, wow, that's really cool because we were conversating and I'll say, well, I like you, Prime, like we were talking about, and he was like, but I'm a POS. And I'm like, so what? I still like you. You're funny. Yep. You're respectful. He's respectful to me.
Yep.
So, oh shit. I didn't even look yet. But he was like, because I think he thinks I like him, but I do like him, but I'm not out here trying to date guys.
Right.
So the way he says it, he said that the other day. He's like, I think she really likes me. And I'm like, well, I do like you as a person. I mean, And then he put.
I like almost everybody except for that motherfucking peg leg and a few others.
Oh yeah, he's like, I see you more like a mom, and I'm like, I see you as a mom, and I'm like, well, that's a compliment. I'll take that. Shit.
There you go.
Yeah. That's to
you're
me.
You're a mom to Prime. You're a grandma to Tonic.
A grandma to Tonic. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I said that. I said that's my sign and my nature. I am a.
Oh my goodness.
I am a Earth Mother. There it is.
Yep.
So that's my sign.
Speaking of relationships, now Nikki, Witchy Bitchy Nikki, right?
Nicolina?
No, Wishy Bitchy Nikki.
Oh, I don't know her. I've seen her around. I don't know.
Okay. Yep. Well, she's not a fan of the whole shit show community, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh.
But she actually went up on Jamie's panel today, which he's part of the shit show. And she's like, I've never done this or this is the only time I've done this in the last 3 years or whatever. But when I was live the other day and I had Tonic up and with me, she decided in the chat to say, Tonic, we're a couple now. We're a couple now. We are in an internet relationship. There's nothing you can do about it. We're a couple. So it's all just been hysterical because she's not a fan of. I think she's not a fan of the morally and ethically of the shit show community. You know,
right?
She loves everybody. She loves AC. She loves Jamie. She loves Tonic and everything, but she's not a fan of the whole concept and the whole idea and all that stuff. But it was just hysterical. It was just so funny.
Oh my god. Holy cow.
Hey, Revan.
Hey, Revan, how you doing? Oh my god.
Now, Revan, because maybe Queen Wasp can help me because I'm demented. Revan is in Australia, right?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying. I'm working. I'm trying. This is not easy. Every day is like Groundhog Day for me, but not in the bad Connie kind of way. Just in the bad CRS, can't remember shit kind of way.
What?
Yep.
No. Why?
And you know what I found out recently? A whole bunch of people on YouTube that I thought were dudes are women.
Oh yeah, like Wilma?
Well, I knew. I found
Wilma's a man. I'm sorry.
Right.
Right.
Right. But no, I mean a bunch recently, like watching Jamie's show or watching the shit show. Just all of a sudden you catch on, and somebody's like, "Hey, that's a woman." Yeah.
Yeah.
I get a kick out of it, especially like when I'm at Wandering Hippies. I don't know who the fuck we're talking to that's in the chat. I don't know whether it's a man, a woman, an AI bot, an algorithm. I don't have a fucking clue. But to answer your question, Revan, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. We're just chilling. It's the middle of the night here. It's 2:08 a.m. in the East Coast time. So that means it's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, somewhere around there on Monday afternoon in Australia, depending upon where you are.
Yeah, I forget what they are. Yeah.
Well, it could be anywhere from like noontime all the way up to like 6 p.m. depending upon, because Australia is almost as big as the United States. So
yeah, he said it's 4 p.m. I know in New Zealand it's 18 hours ahead.
Yeah, but New Zealand only has one time zone, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas Australia, I think, has like 3 or 4 or 5 time zones like the United States. So yeah, having a couple drinks. That's awesome. Well, I just had a little nap, a little power snooze from 9 p.m. I think around 8 or 9 p.m. until midnight. Woke up at midnight, putzed around a little bit. My phone was laying next to me in bed here, plugged in, and it had 0 battery. So while it was plugged in, it went down to 0 battery. A little concerning.
Yeah.
So I sort of kind of looked at that and unplugged it, plugged it back in, unplugged it, plugged it back in. And then now it's, let's see here. Oh, now it's at 99%. So it's working its way back. And so I putzed around for about 30 or 40 minutes. And then all of a sudden I went, oh, I should take a peek at YouTube. And the very first thing that came up on YouTube was here, and I clicked it. Never looked at another thing on YouTube. Never.
Yep. There you go.
Right?
I'm sorry,
no, that's all right.
That picture.
I gotta tell you,
that picture just
the little fella from Sharon, Massachusetts.
Yeah.
It's been going off the rails.
Oh, I know.
Hugely.
Yeah.
And he's like live streaming like 24 hours a day for the last 3, 4, 5 days.
Yeah.
Like literally, like whether it's a 4-hour live or an 8-hour live, 10 minutes later, another one starts right up.
Oh yeah. He's been like, this the last time.
Yeah.
He put out phone numbers recently. I was waiting to see mine.
Yeah.
Because when I saw mine, I was going to put my name next to it and say, oh yeah, that's me.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. He went, his latest is mob mob boss brain and tyrant bird are snake oil salesmen.
Well, one of the streams, he didn't. It was all of a sudden now it's Andrew that controls everything, not Crits.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like confused, and I'm like, he's
Well,
been going on for
listen.
Crits for years.
That is
You know.
Dude, I was finishing up down on the homestead, down in the backyard today. And I was looking around, and this was on, and that was on, and that was on. I says, "All right, let me see what the twink is saying,"
Right.
And I just set him on the windshield of the minivan, so I could barely hear him in the distance. I might be 20 feet away, 40 feet away, 50 feet away. I've never worn earbuds or anything, so I'm just, But I just kept hearing sugar crit, sugar crit, sugar crit, sugar crit, sugar. And a realization came to my head. I wonder, he's got to be the only human that said sugar crits more than any other human on the planet. It just cracks me up. Yeah. He says sugar crits the most. After that, it's got to be Andrew, right? Or it might be a tie. They might be a tie.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's AC, Brett, Tonic, blah, 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 blah. And then oh my God, it's hysterical. It just cracks me up. I really felt bad for him today. I'm like, dude, you're losing it. You're screaming. Why you fucking get a life. Go do something.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what's going on, but it's just bad.
Yeah. Well, I think it has to do, they always say like 4th of July, Memorial Day, Labor Day.
Yeah.
Shit always pops up in the drama community. So we're coming up on the quincentennial, I believe, the 250th birthday of our country.
I guess, yeah.
This is a big deal. This is 250, man. This is a big deal. It's the 250th birthday. No problem, Darlene. I love how Darlene is always so polite. She types, "I'll be right back." That's so cool. But yeah, I mean, crazy shit always pops up. I think he's leading us up into like some sort of explosion in the upcoming weekend. So
yeah.
we have to steel ourselves, right? We have to ready ourselves. We have to prepare ourselves.
Yeah. I mean, we get all of a sudden now there's no more information, like about what's going on, but we can see,
Yeah. And I love the title when I was down in the backyard around, I don't know, 4 or 5 o'clock. The title was something to the effect of, "This is the very last live where I will ever have a chat." A StreamYard chat, blah, 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 and on and on.
Yeah. I don't even
the most famous rant when he was driving, right?
No, I don't remember.
Yeah, where he's telling everybody to off themselves.
When he was driving?
Yeah.
I wasn't around for that.
Oh, it's been replayed thousands of times, but he's just really, really screaming.
Yeah.
Screaming like holy shit screaming.
Well, yeah,
he was doing that today, and it was like, dude, you got
the other day he did that to me. He texted me out of the blue.
Oh my God.
Hold on. He literally texted me out of the blue. I'm just chilling.
And sent a voicemail message? Text?
No, he texted me. Texted. Yep. No voicemails.
Yep.
Just a text.
Yeah.
And let me see. It's not that far away.
No, but I've texted you, I've texted you a voice message,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I can't stand typing. I thought maybe he did that.
No. I have it in print.
Right.
It was on the 20th. The 20th. That was what, a week ago.
Yeah.
Right. Let's see. I hope I can find it.
That's crazy.
It was weird. It just like out of the blue. Wait, let me find it.
Well, I got to tell you something while you're looking.
Yeah.
You know, what blows my mind is the anti-community post that Sugar Crits puts out, Blues puts out, and Liz K puts out. Oh my God.
Oh, the anti-community post.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Hey,
Hey,
John.
Jones. It
Boy,
says
that's a name. That's a name I remember from way back in the beginning. Now, is D. Jones a man or a woman?
it's a woman.
Okay. See, I would have thought that might have been a man or
I
whatever.
would have thought so too, but I believe it
Yeah.
came out the other day that.
But I remember back in the when I first got brought to the community by Brett's after party, long before the settlement. I remember seeing the name D. Johns all the time. D.
Yes.
Johns, you're like an OG. You're like an OG woman in the community, right? And that's like a compliment, all right?
First thing he says is, "Message for you, Nemesis and Abe. Go to hell, please."
Nemesis and what?
Abe.
So he's messaging you to tell Nemesis and Abe to go to hell?
Me, Nemesis, and Abe. Go to hell, he says.
Oh, okay. All right.
I said, "See you there."
Yeah, right.
He goes, "When I see you there, I'm going to throw stones at your head." I said, "Oh, well, I'll just give you a big hug and tell you it'll be okay." And he literally said this. He said, "Kill yourself."
Yeah.
I said, "Yeah, no, I'm too chicken for that. Plus, I don't have a good enough reason."
Right. There
He
is
said,
no good enough reason.
He said, I wish somebody would just you people and do the world a favor."
Oh my
I
God.
said, "Yeah, I can understand that, but in reality, I haven't done anything to you. I don't even talk about you." Well, I
Yeah.
am now. "I still think you're a good guy, but for whatever reasons you hate me, I understand that." I said, "I know I can't change your mind, so I don't fight with you about it because the last thing you need is me fighting you while you fight with everyone else." And he said, "I hate you, Nemesis, and Abe equally. I don't have to keep explaining why, like I didn't fucking ask. But just know, as my mom is dying from cancer, forgiveness will never be in my heart. You say you did nothing, but what you did is comparable to stabbing someone in the back with a knife."
Oh my
And
gosh.
so, no. He wanted a fight. I'm not going to give him a fight.
Right.
I said, "But how, Rebel? Just because I let other people on my stream? I can't control what other people say. You know that, just like you can't control what other people say when they get on your stream.
Right.
I never agreed with them. I always defended you because I thought I understood your whole situation, but maybe I was wrong. I'm sorry that you feel that way, but there was never any ill intentions in my heart for you. And I somehow doubt that I was that important in your life that you feel betrayed by me because I was never an important person in your life."
Yeah.
And he goes, "Yes, you can control what's called defending your friends." Wait a minute. I thought we weren't friends. Make up your mind.
Right.
Too bad you have no real friends. You literally gave a platform to people who have threatened to grape my mom because you love donos so much.
Oh my God.
I said, "What you don't realize is you get more donos than I do." I said, "I don't get a lot of donations because that's what certain people would like to portray, but it's just not true. And we all know the one who likes to portray it." He said, "Whatever, keep making stuff up in your head to try and feel better about taking money from people saying my mom is lying about having cancer. When they say that shit, just know it mirrors all back to you."
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I said, "I can't help what they're saying. I cannot change people's opinions. You know that because you are trying to do the same thing and it's not working.
Yeah.
How does it all mirror back to me? I'm not the one saying it. You can scapegoat me all you want. I told you last year there's nothing you can do to make me hate you, and I will never hate you. So if you have to keep on keeping on, go right ahead."
Right.
So he goes, "I hope that money you get from them is cursed because people like you have already condemned yourselves. You are a grown adult who has even had kids, and yet you can't control the attention you choose to keep.
Yeah.
You can't think for yourself, let alone speak for yourself. You are clearly," listen to this, "you clearly are not an adult. And if you have to take these people's word for fact because they pay you." I said, what are you talking about? You know I don't believe them. And I've said I don't believe them. I've always been on your side. I can't help you monetarily, but I will always be on your side. I always tell him this shit.
Yeah.
And like I said, I don't get a lot of donors. I don't know who keeps telling you that I get a lot of donos, but it's not true.
Right.
He says, you don't believe them. You only handed all of them wrenches, told everyone I was scamming you. I never told a fucking soul that he was scamming me, the little asshole. And even let Jamie on your panel to hate bond against me and my mom. Seriously,
my
go to hell.
Gosh. Zero, that's a little harsh. I'm okay with the first half, all right? They're both pathological liars, but I think that's a little, I don't know, isn't that a little like 15th or 12th or 13th or 14th century?
I think there's a lot of people here that need to have their tongues removed. A lot of people. You may even be one of them, Zero, so watch it.
I thought you were going to say you may be one of them, Willie.
But you never know. But you know what?
Because I was getting ready to go. You may be right.
The interesting thing is that talk is talk.
Right.
Actions are what counts, not talk.
Right.
Talk
That's
is just shit.
right.
Talk is cheap and it's easily disposable. Talk is talk.
Yeah.
Just like Rebel saying these dumb shit to me.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Right.
He says, I would never want a donation from you, Abe, or Nemesis again. And it has nothing to do with you or them not having money to give me, and you know it.
Right.
I said, okay, well, I won't be able to try that because I don't have any money anyway. So I guess that solves the problem. You won't have to refuse because I won't be able to try. And he says, you think us not being cool because I don't get donations from you clearly proves you aren't too bright. Something about you would blindly believe someone if they tried to convince you of this. Something, I don't know what he's on about.
Yeah.
This truth. He said, you friended up with people terrorizing my mom's life for the last year. She had to live her life that is unforgivable.
Oh, my gosh.
And I'm like, why did I allow on my panels? Oh, who did? That's what he said. He said, because I allow on his panels to attack. Who did I allow on my panels to attack your dying loved ones? I said, I'm not a gatekeeper. And then he said, explain. I said, no. When I said you let people on your panel that terrorize me.
Right.
I said nothing about dying loved ones. He lets certain people on his panels that don't like me and talk shit about me. So what the fuck is he talking about?
Listen, I just realized something. Zero, we're in the 21st century. People can live without tongues because you could type to voice, right? Right, Queen Was?
All right. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry.
We could do type to voice. So taking their tongue out isn't going to do anything. They're just going to be rage typing like fucking gorilla, fucking crazy fucking keyboard warrior. And it's all going to be coming out. You are a fucking asshole, Queen Was. You are a... So taking out a tongue isn't going to do anything.
Here you go. I let people up on my panel. You have let people up on your panel who took footage of me and my mom in housing court. Are you fucking crazy? Dude, that was before I even came here. So shut STFU. How's that? That was before I even came here. So I said, but they never played it on my channel, did they? I have nothing to do with what they've done.
There's nothing to play.
I said, you've let people on your channel that right now, at this moment, is going on and talking shit and threatening me and my granddaughter. So are you fucking crazy?
Yep.
And then he put up this whole thing.
Nothing to play. Nothing happened at court. There was no fucking recording or anything. There was nothing. It was a goddamn courthouse. I walked into the courthouse. I stood around for a little while. He walked up to me. He said some weird words to me. And then I walked away. I said, please don't talk to me. Please don't look at me. Whatever. I'm just here for the court proceedings, sir.
Right.
And then a few minutes later, hang on, you can tell I'm multitasking, can't you?
Yes, I can.
And then a few minutes later, this happened. My avatar. A few minutes later, that happened. And then I left. And so nothing.
But
I was the least. I was the least. I was the least. I was the least disturbing part of his day.
right.
His day was already.
Loves to connect me to people that I don't understand. Kritz comes in she comes in, we talk about music, we laugh, we talk, we say hello.
Yeah.
We don't sit there and talk about him. I don't know why he's so worried about it.
Right.
It's just,
And by the way, all right. Now you're talking Zero. Taking off fingers and hands. Okay.
what the hell?
Yeah. Well, because I said they can become, because we're in the 21st century, they could just type to voice, and he's there. All right, take the fingers off,
Why don't you just take their fucking phone away? What the hell?
Yeah.
It's a whole lot less messy.
Crocodile is one hell of a. They named a fucking drug after a crocodile.
Yeah.
Crocodile is one hell of a drug to have body parts fall up. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that medical. Thank you for that medical knowledge.
Yeah. And I was laughing because I was like, you know what, Rebel? I'm not going to fight with you. You want to fight? Go fight with somebody else. I'm not in the mood.
Yeah.
You're just talking crap. And
also this, I don't have any hate in my heart whatsoever. I actually have too much love in my heart, but just because I'm brutally honest, people think that's anger or mad or something. And
yeah.
No, it's not.
I don't have hate in my heart for him either, because he doesn't affect my life in any way, shape, or form, and I certainly don't affect his.
Yep. And I understand, like, I've had this conversation many times with people like Jamie. Jamie's like, no, I truly hate him because what he did to St. Candace and Brett. Brett really hates him because of the whole Brett's sister-in-law Lori thing, that was really real. That was horrible.
But they're dead, right? But they're dead.
Yeah.
But these people are dead.
Yep.
They don't give a fuck. Why doesn't anybody understand that?
Right. Yep. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I definitely
they're not up in heaven holding their chest going, oh my God, he said something about me. No, they don't care. They don't even know about it. It's over.
Hey, Zero's going to start a hate subcontracting company.
Now he hates everybody?
You don't, hey, Queen Moss, Willie, you don't hate anybody? I'll hate them for you. For just $5.99 a month, I will hate everybody for you.
That's cool. I hate for everyone
that
doesn't hate.
You should team up. You should team up with the with Jamie on that, man. You guys could really maybe do some good.
I have no reason to hate him. He didn't do anything to me. He talks shit. The whole world talks shit.
Right.
And if I sat and worried about every single person on this earth that talked shit about me, I'd never have time to do anything.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I have. Oh, look at that. Zero says, I'll do it for free. You just got to sign up. Just sign up.
Don't you recall me telling you that if you hate somebody, it's like holding a hot coal in your hand. You're the only person that gets hurt because they don't care.
Right.
It doesn't affect them at all. It affects you.
That's right.
And forgiveness is not for the other person. It's for you.
Correct.
I know that because I can forgive people very easily.
Yeah.
I can forgive people, but that doesn't mean I want to talk to you.
Look at his response. Look at his response. I love fire. I love hot coals in my hands.
Oh God. Where? I don't see that. Where?
Yo, give me a heart attack.
I don't see that. Oh, I see it. I love fire. I'm sorry.
Between the two of you. Queen Moss, you're like a Tony Robbins right now, or a Zig Ziglar. Spitting out all this motivational truth. And then we got the fucking stand-up comedian in the chat, for Christ's sakes.
I mean, who the fuck's got time to sit there and worry about who's talking shit about them? Who's got the time?
Right. Yeah.
You want to make yourself sick? Sit there and think about it.
Yeah.
Let it go.
No.
They're miserable. Forgive them. They're miserable. Forgive them. They know not what they do. Bye.
Yep.
I can forgive you, but that doesn't mean I need to hang out with you. That doesn't mean I need to talk to you again. Not you, Zero. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah.
You forgive
Right.
somebody, that doesn't mean I need to talk to them again.
Right.
Just bye.
Yeah.
See ya. I don't have to interact with anybody. We can only be hurt if we allow someone to hurt us,
Right.
especially with words. With words, you only allow somebody to hurt you. You let them. I said, otherwise, they don't hurt you. I mean, they can't hurt you. It's just words.
Yeah. And I mean, hurt can become sadness, which sort of sucks, you know?
Yes.
Because
Absolutely.
I'm sad that a lot of people aren't in my life anymore. And
Right. But that's how they did it.
Right.
They chose that, or, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Trying to figure out what's he saying. Not the shit talk, more of the inciting to blank someone. That's shit talk, Zero. Do you really think that little asshat can run around and hurt somebody? That's shit talk.
Right.
You just have to learn to see the difference. Because if you told me that you were going to come here, Zero, and unalive me, I would laugh in your face.
Right.
Because there's no fucking way you're coming from wherever the hell you're from all the way here just to do something about it. Nope. God, sorry.
No. I was just going to agree with him. I'm sad probably like 200 nights a year because it's too windy to light a bonfire. So I can appreciate that comment. So. Yeah.
Is that why you're so grumpy? You got sand in your vagina?
Safety first. You can't light a bonfire when it's windy because you burn down the whole bucket. I could burn down the whole Northeast, or he could burn down the whole West.
Is that why you're grumpy, Zero? Because you can't light a bonfire? I'm not making fun of you. I'm just asking.
Well, you could go on your TV or your computer or whatever and just pick up bonfire and click it, and it'll put a bonfire right on your laptop or your TV or your phone or whatever. And yeah. If it's any consolation, I had a 55-gallon drum fire going today for from 10 a.m. until about 8, 9 p.m. So I did some good burning for you today, Zero, all right?
Be thankful. We're not even allowed to burn.
Right.
We're not allowed to do it.
I'm not either, but I don't I'm not good with rules and regulations.
Right.
But
oh, my throat.
I know it's not the same, but you know what? I just I've become so accepting of things that you can't do, If it's windy, I can't have a bonfire. If it's raining, I can't lay out bollocky bare ass naked and get some vitamin D. If it's too hot, I'm sweating balls, It's like Queen Wasp says so eloquently quite often, it's always something. Well, no. I would never have a fire in a drum when it's windy because the embers shoot out of that drum like a chimney. So you got to remember, the reason is a chimney is 20 feet tall is so that the embers die in transit. So, chimneys are relatively safe when you have a fireplace in a chimney. Chimneys are relatively safe that the embers don't go out and light the roof on fire or light the neighborhood on fire. No, a steel drum is the same exact as having a bonfire. It can be sometimes even more dangerous because it's more of a column, an upward energy column. So, nope. I mean, now you're getting into some severe, you're talking a mesh screen, a metal mesh screen. And yeah, it's difficult. It's something you got to remember. I started being a master fire maker, I don't know, 50 years ago. So it's something you have to, and plus, like all my best friends when I was doing that were firefighters and stuff. So, yeah, right. Yeah, because I mean, the West has ridiculous wildfires. Australia has ridiculous wildfires. God, that one, what was it, 5 or 10 years ago? Oh, my Lord. Yeah, not something to even take a chance and gamble with. I don't take chances and I don't gamble. I grew up in a very, very, very safety sensitive environment and world. So, yep, that you do. Yeah, you just got to be careful. Safety first, man. Safety first. If I saw one warning sign more than any other warning sign in all the factories and fucking tank farms and all refineries that I worked in, everywhere you turn, safety first, safety first, safety first. Right. Yeah, I understand you, Reverend. They got to do the maintenance. You have to do the maintenance.
I have to step away for a few minutes. I'm just letting you guys know this.
Okay.
Okay,
here.
sure, you good? You mean I'm not
Yeah.
trying to trap you up here, Will?
No, look at. Did you see my avatar?
Yeah.
I'm looking at this creation that Darlene made. I'm a fucking museum piece. I'm looking at my museum piece, and I'm looking at the chat. And
Yeah.
oh, is there supposed to be a panel link anywhere?
It's pinned.
Oh, okay.
Why? Who
Yeah.
needs it?
Oh, I don't know. I think Darlene was just checking.
Yeah, it's pinned. Should be pinned, darling.
There you go.
It's pinned at the. But nobody can come up though. Anybody, you know what I mean? Well, I'm gone, but
Right.
but I won't be going long. About 5 minutes, maybe 10.
Take your time.
All right,
It's
thank you,
cool.
darling. I appreciate it very much. I heard you yapping, so I was like, all right, he's holding up my end of the conversation.
Oh, wait a minute. Darlene doesn't see it. Let me look on my phone. Hang on. Hold on a minute. Now, hang on a minute. Here we are. Oh, yeah, it is. I just clicked on my phone and it's right at the top. Yep. It's pinned.
Yeah.
It's 100% pinned. Yep.
All right, I'll be back in yeah.
Take your time.
All right, honey. Thank you. Thank
No
you.
rush. No worries whatsoever. Oh my gosh, I don't like looking at my phone. Oh, I'm looking at my phone and those poor Idaho firefighters. Oh my goodness. Yikes. They were friggin' ambushed. That's crazy. You guys, yeah, it's crazy. They found that because of the amount of controlled burning in the past by my people, Aboriginal, the trees evolved to have fire as part of the seeding process. Yeah. Therefore now, that sounds like oh wow. Okay. Oh, four of them. Oh, I thought you were quoting Shakespeare at first. I thought you were doing therefore now thou shalt go to the east, young man. Wow. Yeah, I know you do, Darlene. The whole West, all the way from LA all the way up to you guys. Yep. That's crazy. That is absolutely ridiculous, man. People are just, it is so sad. I heard I was watching a sort of kind of like former cop, a former cop channel and a big channel. I just saw it for a minute. And he said it's one thing for police to be ambushed, but for firefighters and EMTs to be ambushed when they have no way to defend themselves. And it was like, oh, yeah, that hits home. Yeah, that stinks. That stinks. Yeah, we've been lucky. We've had an unbelievably wet spring, but then we've also had crazy heat waves like last week, and now we got some more heat coming this week. But, oh, people are crazy. The weather's crazy. Everything crazy. Everything cray cray. Boy, that's a hard question to ask, to answer, Revan. Um, um, I guess if I had my druthers on a survivalist kind of thing, I would say I'd have to pick really hot over really cold, because as long as you have water. Oh, Zero's going for the cold. All right. Yep, that's because he lives on friggin' on the sun. Zero literally lives on the sun. I spent too much of my life out in the cold, freezing my friggin' fingers off, and my nose and my face, and I'd have to go. As long as it was, as long as I had an unlimited source of water and a garden hose, I'll take the heat. That's all I need, is to be able to just take a garden hose and dump some water over my head, or even just a well where you pump the well, the old-fashioned well where you pump the handle. Yeah, Nevada gets a lot of fires too. Wow, that's crazy. I'm just wondering if right. Yeah. I think now, I remember as a young man living in Florida that I totally acclimated to the heat. And meaning, as a New Englander, prior to moving to Florida, when I would go down to Florida in the winter, you'd be the tourist. You'd be jumping in the water that none of the locals would jump in because it was quote unquote too cold for them, or the air temperature was too cold for them. And then I became a Floridian. And the next thing you know, I'm wearing heavy winter sweaters when it was like 50 degrees out in the wintertime, acting like, brr, it's cold. It was only 50 degrees. But now, I don't know. Now I think as you get older, you don't acclimate as well. Now I just either freeze my balls up or sweat my ass off, one of the two. Can't get that happy medium. We did have that happy medium for a couple days ago. We had 75 degrees during the day and 50 degrees at night. That was nice. That was beautiful. Right now here it's 66. It would normally be about the same temperature or cooler where Queen Wasp is, but she's like 10 degrees warmer than me right now. Can't figure that out. Cannot figure that out at all. Yeah, it's crazy. It's a weird, weird, wicked, 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 weird, weird, wacky world we live in. Wicked. Mm. No way. I appreciate that, Reverend. I appreciate that. But I am just fucking, I have a real, real, real hard time. Oh my God, it was 95. It's 66 now. Well, thank God for the cool nights, I guess, right? Dude, I have a hard time getting out the words I get out as it stands. I mean, I could have, even though I was the Toxic Avenger as a not necessarily chosen career, it was just where I ended up. But I would have loved to have been a radio guy back in the day. I used to be able to do that. Hey, it's 5 o'clock in the hour. We're bringing you the weird, wacky, wacky. I used to be able to spit that shit out. I used to be a 100% anti-professional stand-up comedian at parties and stuff. But now no more. No, I'm losing it like by the day. But I gotta start experimenting with the good old yeah. Hey, the world needs Toxic Avengers. Absolutely right. There's a lot of nasty shit out there. Nobody realizes that the like the hazardous waste industry, they're literally like the firefighters of private industry in a sense, because they do so much for the public, they do so much for Mother Earth, but it's all privatized. Where it's just yeah, it's strange. I mean, I've been on so many disasters where everybody else, the police, the firefighter, the Coast Guard strike force team, everybody was like some sort of a government employee except for us. We were the only ones that were private. We're the schmucks that were having to suck up. We were called muckers, Muckers, or I guess in New England you call it Muckahs, muckers. But that's what we were back in the day, muckers, picking up all the muck. Whether it was fucking bunker oil from like the belt. No, I tried rebbing. I signed up for the Navy and they didn't want me. But it was a really, really interesting experience. I reported to the South Boston. That's awesome. Thank you for your service, man. Absolutely. I reported to the South Boston Navy Yard, an old World War II built building that, you could drop a bomb on and it would just chuckle at you. And it was an old sea doctor, an old Navy sea doctor. And we went through all these stations. It was a medical. You had to do your physical. You had to have your medical physical, and then you'd ship out. And I was going to ship out to, I think, Ann Arbor, Michigan is where Navy boot camp is. And, we're talking the whole time, and I'm a talker, and he was cool with it. And we were just gabbing away. And at the very end, he goes, and my father was in World War II. And he looked at me at the end, he goes, and this was in late 70s. So there was nothing going on. And he looked at me and he goes, this isn't your father's service. And he checked off failure because I have severely flat feet. And I think he was doing me a favor. And, I had an old army green colored duffel bag. It was my hockey bag when I played youth hockey with all my shit in it. And I walked out of the South Boston Naval Yard and I walked to the nearest payphone and I called whoever I could call to say, hey, I'm not in the Navy. And that was it. Yeah, there you go. That's right. Every 3 months. Yep. Yeah, so they do it the same in Australia, I guess, pretty similar to how they do it here. That's awesome. Right. We follow America like a lost puppy. Well, they get along good. That's a good thing, The departments of defense in Australia and America are both closely related and they're closely intertwined and all that good shit. So that's a good thing. Help each other out, I guess, right? What's not right, Darlene? I wonder. And I only ask because I'm a dope and I'm a big dummy. And sometimes I can't read between the lines. I'm very, very terrible. I'm the worst between the lines reader. And I apologize for that. But he probably did me a favor, that sea doctor. Oh, maybe I would have been an admiral. I might have been fucking Admiral Willie by now. I'd be in charge of like the 7th Fleet or something. You never know. You never know. That's right. Yeah, right. And the feeling's mutual, man. We love you, Aussies. Absolutely. Oh, right. Well, he might have been doing me a favor. But then again, I spent my fucking whole life standing on those motherfucking flat feet. I'll tell you what, when my feet are wet and I step on concrete, it looks like a motherfucking duck. All right. There is no arch whatsoever. There is none. Never has been. So I could never be an athlete. I could never run. But my youngest crotch root has the same flat feet. He's running a marathon soon in September. What's that? 20 point something or 21 or something. But yeah, hey, they've done me all right. They're awful sore right now, I'll tell you that. I was on my feet for like 12 hours yesterday, and I barely sat down. So they're as we like to say, my dogs are barking right now. I don't know if anybody else ever used that term for when your feet are sore. When I was growing up, when my mom's feet were sore, she would say, no, just working around the property. That's all. Just doing fucking bullshit around here. I had a mechanic come and look at a vehicle today, so I was getting things ready for him coming. I had a barrel fire going. I was trying to clean up. I got my Bobcat going. I ran that for a little bit. Just doing shit around the homestead. That's all. I wish I could find a. I get Social Security, so I think I can make like, I don't know, $1,200 or $1,300 a month. I wish I could find a side hustle, a gig, but there's no gigs out there that don't include any humans whatsoever. I mean, I could even be like a dog walker, but then I have to interact with the humans that the dogs are with. And no, that's not going to happen. Believe me, I tried. I had a good gig a few years back where a guy that repairs heavy duty mowers. So like landscapers mowers, those kind of lawn mowers and stuff. But nowadays the rich all have like $10,000 landscaper lawnmowers. So he's got a big good sized business repairing those. And I would go work for him and use his trailers, and I would go pick up the broken lawnmowers, load them up, bring them back to his shop. And then I would take the fixed lawnmowers and take them back. And I was going to all these fucking $1 million homes and stuff. That's a good gig where you barely have to interact with anybody. Most of the time, they don't want to interact with you at all. They leave the lawnmower out in the driveway, and by hook or by crook, I'd get it on the trailer, bring it back, and then dropping it off was the same thing. Most of the time they would always say, nope, you don't have to, you don't have to knock on the door. You don't have to ring the bell, nothing. Just put it in the driveway. And the guy that owned the business, because I'm a terrible mechanic, that's why. I would love to, Darlene. If any one of my crotch roots had became, obviously everybody knows I'm like 98% estranged from him, but one of them's a friggin' nuclear engineer. That ain't happening. He's too busy making money. And oh, that's awesome. See, that's a job I would love. Yep. No, that's a job I would love. Even though you have to put up with having to manage the team. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. Yeah, I'm Darlene. I'm one of those jack of all trades, master of none. And that means I can't open up a small engine repair. I can't open up a small carpentry business. I can do carpentry. I can do plumbing. I can't open up a small plumbing business. I can do electrical. Scared shit of electrical, but I can do it. But I would love to. I would. And my property used to have a business on it. It used to have a gift shop. It used to have a florist shop. But you need people to be able to do that stuff. Nobody can survive on their own. And I survive on my own. But yeah, you got to have other people. But unfortunately, I don't have those people anymore because I'm brutally honest and truthful. And people do not like the truth at all. So I just told everybody in my life how I feel about things. Told everybody in my life the truth. And they've decided to keep me at an arm's length distance. And that's okay. It's okay for me, quite obviously. Hope it's okay for them. So that's that. There's my life story. Now you got it all. Queen Wasp is so sweet. The team is the worst part of the job. There's always something. Oh, my cat died. It's too cold. People these days. Yeah, right. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. I mean, we were talking on Jamie's panel. I've broken every one of my toes with jackhammers over the years because I don't know if you know when you run a jackhammer, you tend to try and guide it with your foot. If it's specialized jackhammering where you're trying to jack out contaminated concrete and the engineers are telling you to take out this little piece or whatever. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not good at growing things or keeping things alive, Darlene. I mean, like I said, I got a greenhouse, but I have a black thumb. And I think if I tried to open up a bait shop, I mean, I'm also dealing with that guy Murphy. You know Murphy's Law? We all know Murphy's Law, right? So if I opened up a bait shop, I would spend $1,000 on all the bait that I bought that I was going to resell. And the first night I would have a power failure. I'd go out to the bait shop across the driveway. I'd look in there and there'd be $1,000 worth of floating dead fish. So, yeah. But yeah, Revan, you're absolutely right. It's just fucking crazy. It is absolutely nuts. And it's not just right now. It started 25 years ago because I remember I worked until 2015 and I remember it started around 2000. And yeah, it's crazy. It's nuts. Getting people to show up and just do your job. I mean, I did it for 40 years. I see people getting fucking recognition and fucking awards and plaques, and they're in the news because they retired after fucking 25 years. And I'm like, 25 years? That's like a 5K or a 10K to a marathoner, you know? I did 40 motherfucking years of hard work. And all I got at the end was, you're fired. Which I'm okay with. I got thrown out of my industry, and oh my God, did they do me the fucking most beautiful, greatest thing ever. I didn't realize it at the time. I was shitting myself at the time, but now looking back on it, it was the environmental services business. So it's a lot of different things. It was hazardous waste. It was underground storage tank removal and installation. Along with an underground storage tank removal comes maybe a whole shitload of contaminated soil remediation, contaminated groundwater. It was disasters. It was fucking, chemical buildings blowing up, oil spills, ships splitting in half, because there's not always a disaster. So you have to find regular scheduled daily work to do. And that would be like the construction, the underground storage tank, the above ground storage tank, building gas stations, fueling stations at hospitals and schools and factories and what have you. And then we got into like taking, taking very dangerous, hazardous waste out of like laboratories like Merck and Pfizer and all that shit. You back?
Yeah, I'm back.
I just told my whole entire life story to Revan and Darlene.
Thank you. I'm back.
I hope you're saying thank you to them.
Thank you, guys. Both of you. I appreciate it.
I think you. I hope you're saying thank you to them for fucking listening.
Oh no, they're great. They're great. They're the ones that hang in till the end.
Yep.
Revan and
No,
Darlene and Enders.
Revan's a great guy. Look at this. Look at this. Revan right now, he runs a team of 6 guys doing work for a national park and councils. It's okay work if I didn't have to manage the team. And like you said, the team, the worst part of my job is there's always something. Oh, my cat died. It's too cold. Blah, blah, blah. People are soft, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so we're talking. And then Darlene was thinking about maybe I could open up a small engine repair. I told her I'm a fucking jack of all trades, master of none. She suggested a bait shop. She suggested a bait shop. And I said, you got to remember, I cohabitate with that guy, Mr. Murphy. You know Murphy's Law? And I told her, I said, I would buy, thousands of dollars worth of tanks and $1,000 worth of fish. And I'd come out the next morning and there'd be a power failure and I'd have $1,000 worth of floating dead fish, you know?
Exactly.
So I don't take risk. I'm not a risk taker. I don't fuck with Mr. Murphy. I do as little as I can within my wheelhouse. Yeah. Oh my God. Well, asbestos is dangerous, but it's not. I mean, it was very dangerous for all the poor souls that built ships and put all that asbestos insulation all over like the Navy ships and everything back in the 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s. But asbestos, basically, all you have to wear is an N95 mask, which is the same one which has the exhalation valve, that they sold this on the pandemic. And then asbestos, all you got to do is keep it wet. It's like, asbestos is like, fire, like a forest fire fumes and, or like gasoline fumes or whatever. I did more asbestos remediation for friends. And you know where they take asbestos? They take it to the regular sanitary landfill where our garbage goes. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, I know my shit. I forget half the shit, but I know my shit. But, yeah, asbestos was sort of kind of like a lead paint kind of gig, where you had to be certified to remove lead paint, Get the fuck out of here. That's sort of kind of like Queen Moss. You remember back in the day, people were always removing wallpaper?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's sort of kind of like saying, hey, removing wallpaper is dangerous. You got to have a license for that,
Yeah.
I mean, anybody and their brother can do lead paint and asbestos removal as long as you have a half a brain.
Well, yeah, you got to know your safety practices.
Right. But they're so simple. It's no more bigger safety practices than baking a cake because there's a hot oven involved,
Uh-huh.
Like I said, I did more asbestos, asbestos. I did more asbestos abatements for friends who had, because, as you well know, there's a lot of houses up here that, have asbestos on the boiler in the basement and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And I did it for so many friends because they were selling a house and they knew that it was going to come up that there's asbestos in there. I'm there, oh, no, we got this. And it's like hard work. It might be two weekends. It might be 4 solid days where you're wearing a Tyvek, you're wearing a respirator, you got a garden hose down there, and you're wetting everything, and you're stripping it off and everything. But they're always like, "How are we going to dispose of this?" I'm there. You're going to put it within your regular trash,
Wow.
because that's where they take asbestos to the regular landfill.
Right.
They did back then anyways. I mean, I'm talking as recent as like 2015. Yeah, because there's so many different categories of waste. There's regulated waste, which will be like maybe something like an asbestos. There's non-hazardous waste, which might be like diesel contaminated soil.
Mm-hmm.
That goes to your regular landfill. They use it for daily cover. Because what people don't realize now, everybody's familiar with what a giant landfill looks like, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all the garbage trucks are going up there all day long, just dumping. Well, at the end of the day, they have to cover all that. You can't leave it exposed at night because
Right.
A, it'll attract animals, and B, if it's rainy, it'll all run off and create contamination. And then if it's windy, it'll blow all over the place. So they use anything and everything for daily cover, they call it. So they use contaminated soil. Some landfills use wood chips. And I understand, landfills are going by the wayside. They're becoming a thing of the past, but there's giant landfills like out in Ohio. I think I read recently that like 60% of the Northeast rubbish
Mm-hmm.
goes to landfills in Ohio. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Because the Northeast includes the 6 New England states, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and then some, It's like 60% of a quarter of the country rubbish goes to Ohio.
What the hell are they doing with it?
They're burying it. They're making giant landfills.
Wow.
I mean, they should be burning it, because there's a thing known as trash to energy. So you burn the trash and it creates energy, spins a turbine, which makes electricity,
Oh yeah, I never thought of
Just
that.
like anything that burns creates something. Like, we burn oil in our homes and we create hot water or we create heat,
Right.
But the only problem with trash to energy is the exhaust, the what's going out the smokestack. They got to scrub it and scrub it and scrub it and scrub it, and that's the worst. That's very, very cost prohibitive and expensive because you have to scrub the exhaust, from basically the chimney from the burning. You have to scrub it so it's basically spotless and it's not hurting the environment.
Mm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I just can't believe it goes to Ohio.
Yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, Rhode Island has Central Landfill. It has its own landfill. It's higher than the highest point in the state.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Wow.
So, every state has the highest point, right?
Yeah.
New York, it's probably somewhere up in the Adirondacks or something, I'm guessing, right?
Wow.
It's probably like a 10,000-foot mountain somewhere up in upstate New York.
Probably, yeah.
New Hampshire has Mount Washington. That's the highest mountain in the Northeast. I think it's like 15,000 or 20,000. I don't know, whatever. But the highest point in Rhode Island is like, I think it's like 57 feet above sea level,
Wow.
And it's up in the northwest corner of Rhode Island. It's where I am. But the Central Landfill, which is in Johnston, Rhode Island, sort of kind of in the center of the state, is higher than the highest point in Rhode Island. But it's not considered the highest point in Rhode Island because it's man-made,
Right.
So it's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, that's amazing, Rebin. Rebin could go to the hospital tomorrow with a broken arm. Won't cost me a cent. Yeah. Our fucking healthcare fucking blows.
Yeah, but Reverend, don't you guys pay for it? You pay for it in the beginning of the year. Don't they take it automatically, like NHS kind of shit?
Yeah, see, you know all about that NHS fucking Great Britain, England shit. Oh my God.
That's because, put it this way, no matter who you are,
Yep.
they take your money.
Right.
It's not over here like bullshit over here, but they take your money whether you're sick or not, whether you use it or not, whether you plan on using it or not. They're taking. It's like taking taxes.
Right.
And that's what is for. That covers you for the medical stuff.
And I understand everything costs. Everything costs something. Like, to treat us medically takes money and expertise and time and materials and what have you. I understand everything costs, but all I got to say is motherfucking tax the rich. Tax the fucking Vatican. God damn it.
Tax all the fucking religions. Tax the churches. Tax the rich. That's what they.
There's a Medicare levy, but it's based on your income, so it doesn't leave you broke. Exactly.
Yeah.
Because people think that you guys don't pay anything and you get everything for free. Everybody's like, oh, free healthcare. It's not free healthcare.
Right. Right.
You guys still pay it. You just pay it differently. And it's different from over here. I mean, granted, I believe, well, you see, it's like, I don't know exactly. Okay. Because, yeah. But, like, for example, I went to the hospital when I was in England.
Yeah.
I had to go to A&E, which is accident and emergency.
Yep.
So I went there, and they asked me point blank if I had travel insurance, and I didn't. Didn't even think of it. Had never even heard of it.
Right.
Now, what I got done was free. They did not charge me for what I got done, but what I got done was an examination. They gave me an antibiotic. They did an x-ray, and they gave me a splint and whatever you want, bandages, they wrapped up my hand.
Yeah.
But if I had to stay overnight, it would have cost me money.
Yeah.
And if I had to have major surgery, it would have cost me money. And here's the interesting and horrific part on being a tourist.
Yeah.
You can't leave the country until you pay your debt.
Right.
How do you pay your debt if you're not working in that country?
Right. And if you don't have the money.
Right. If you don't got the money.
If you don't have it, if you just don't have it.
Wait for your family to send you the money.
But what if you got no family, and what if you have no resources?
Exactly. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place at that point.
Right. That's fucking crazy.
Excuse me. There are also people that, like, it sounds really dumb, but if you want to go to the optometrist to get glasses.
Yeah.
I believe the glasses will cost you money, but the optometry is might be free, or but if you have to see a specialist, you got to pay out of pocket for that.
Yeah. That's crazy. Hello, Polaris.
Yep. Hey, Polaris. So, our foundation value in Australia is a fair go. In America, it's freedom. Our country was built by unions. You guys were built from elite landholders not wanting England to interfere. Yeah. I believe that.
I thought Australia was built by prisoners out of prison colony.
No.
Huh? I thought, except for Revan, because Revan's Aboriginal. I thought everybody, with the exception of the Aboriginals, were related to a former prisoner. Huh? No? I thought that's the way it goes. But then again, I got my Australian history from Brett. So there you go.
Yeah, but I think that might have been so far back now at this stage of the game.
You think it's watered down a little bit, filtered down?
Well, I just think it's so far in the past.
Right. So far removed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was being mostly sarcastic. That was attempted comedy. And especially the part where I said I got all my Australian history from Brett.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was a prison continent. Boy, I read all kinds of crazy stuff every now and then. Now, Polaris, where's Polaris from?
Washington.
Really?
I think so.
Oh, like the Pacific Northwest? Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I think so. There you go, Pacific Northwest.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
But here's the question. My question is, why was Australia? Why were people sent there because of the convict status? What I'm saying is, what made that particular landmass. You know what I mean? Like, you think to yourself, you want to be on a desert island. That's kind of cool. You know what I mean? Like, but
Yeah.
was it because of all the critters? They said, well, we'll send them over there, and the spiders will get them, and the
I guess. Yeah.
Komodo dragons will get them, and
I mean, it could have just been one guy in England way back when said, "Yeah, put him there." You know,
yeah.
it could have just been one dude. Oh, that's cool, Reverend. And I'm Irish and German, so we're basically first cousins. So there you go. That's very cool. Very, very cool. I was just thinking of something, and then it just fucking completely escaped my head. Oh, this is really crazy. Now, who's the guy that sailed all around the world all those years? Cook, right?
Columbus? Oh.
No, Cook.
I don't know.
Captain Cook, right? Wasn't it Captain Peter Cook?
Was he the guy that did, like, Alaska?
Well, he basically sailed down and found Australia and all that stuff. Like the Cook Islands are named after him and all that stuff.
Oh.
He was the biggest seagoing explorer back in the day, I believe. Right. But he was a real prick. Yep, Captain Cook, that's him. Captain Cook died in the Hawaiian Islands, and the native Hawaiians ended his life, and then they ate him.
Oh my God.
Because they hated him so much because he was such, in the Hawaiian Islands, right? Or somewhere in that Pacific area. But this is absolutely crazy. The Endeavor, which was his ship.
The Endeavor.
You remember that name?
No, I'm laughing at it, though, because it means to try.
Yeah. Well, that's what it was all about in the seagoing days back then, right? Give it a try.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The Endeavor is laying on the bottom of Newport Harbor in Newport, Rhode Island.
Really?
After decades and decades and decades of teamwork. I just saw this, Revan. I just read an article on it. It's only because I'm in Rhode Island and Newport's so close to me and I see all the news and everything. And this was a team effort between like the Newport Historical Society and the Australian historians. So they tracked the ship, and actually the Endeavor, after the Hawaiians killed Captain Cook, which I believe happened on the Hawaiian Islands, the Endeavor ended up sailing back to Great Britain or England, and then it was sold to somebody, and it ended up finding its way into Newport Harbor. So literally the most famous ship ever, I guess with the exception of the Dina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria or whatever,
Right.
But literally one of the most famous ships ever is, and you'd never expect that it would be lying on a harbor in England somewhere or something. But Newport has a huge sailing history.
Right.
Yeah. So they just finally, like within the last month, they put the blessing on it, that it's a done deal. And now they're working to actually cordon off the area so that nobody can boat near it, nobody can dive on it, because it's that sacred of a,
right,
of a site, so to speak. And you gotta remember, I mean, the ship had a lot to do with discovering like 50% of the world back then. I mean, Captain Cook sailed around and just like said, he just sailed around and just was putting flags. What's that called? The Union Jack. He was putting flags in the land going, yep, England owns this. 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 He was just doing it all around the world.
Yeah.
So, I mean, same as Columbus,
Well,
everybody talks about Columbus, and now Columbus was a terrible person. Well, he had a lot. He did something important,
Yeah.
And And
Look,
yeah, it's crazy.
you know the Bounty?
Yeah,
Remember the ship, the Bounty?
yeah.
That was docked in my town
Wow.
for I don't know how long, 15 years, maybe
Yeah,
more than that. And
yeah,
they would take it and they'd go out and they'd film Pirates of the Caribbean with the damn boat
yeah,
and bring it back.
yeah.
And the last time they did the last Pirates of the Caribbean, the one before this last one, it sunk.
Wow.
They sunk it.
No shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And like Bam Margera, I don't know if you know
yeah,
Bam.
yeah.
They did a thing on the Bounty. They did a
Yeah, you would tell me about that when you were
Mhm.
with what's his name, Rab or whatever.
Oh yeah, I was with them all. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
Rake.
right. Yeah,
Yeah, but they did that episode that day on the Bounty, and then they
yeah,
came back over into my town because we have a I don't even care anybody if anybody knows where I live anymore. We have a
yeah,
ferry
yeah.
for the Two Forks, and yeah, that's what they came back on the ferry. It's funny, yeah.
That's
It's-
wild.
But I found out they finally they sunk it, the Bounty, when they did the last Pirates of the Caribbean or something.
That's
So
crazy.
I mean, the ship was whatever old and everything, but they have these shows where they show the people that go out and bring it to be where it's going to be, where it was going to be filmed and stuff.
Right,
To shipmates, crewmates, or whatever they are.
right. Yeah,
My kids
that-
were on it one year. They were pirates for the Maritime Festival.
yeah,
And they were pirates and they came off the boat, like it was a big deal.
yeah.
When my kids were
That's
little.
that is wild.
It's crazy. Because out
Uh,
here is the best place. It doesn't get messed with.
yeah. I watch a lot of sailing channels.
Hmm.
So it might be a couple sailing, and full time sailing, living on their sailboat. A
Right.
lot of times with these sailing channels, you'll see people that maybe just a guy and his brother go out and want to sail around the world.
Yeah.
And then maybe the brother is like, hey, this full time shit isn't for me. And then, they have advertisements all around the world for people if you want a crew on a sailboat.
Hmm. Yeah.
So, you know, if you're going to crew on a sailboat, maybe it's somebody like me that owns like a 35 or a 45 or a 50-foot sailboat. Well, there's no pay involved. And, let's say I'll provide, room and board, so to speak. And you might have to help pay for food or something.
Right.
But you can also sail around the world, you know?
Yeah.
So a lot of times these sailors, all of a sudden a couple will blossom out of this. A girl
Mhm.
will come on as a crew. The next thing you know, they're getting married, they're having babies,
Yeah.
and they're still sailing around the world, sailing around the world, sailing around the world. They have another baby, they're still sailing and sailing. So I watch a lot of these sailing channels who are just people just, recreational sailing, but it's their life, it's their entire life.
Yeah.
And
It's-
obviously they get an income now because of YouTube and Patreon and what have you.
Yeah.
But
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
no, but what I was getting at was Pirates of the Caribbean. They filmed a lot of the stuff all throughout the Caribbean,
Uh-huh.
and so these sailors, they'll anchor or they'll dock up and they'll get their little dinghy out, and they'll be there, and they'll go to all these tourist traps that are like, oh, this is where Johnny Depp had this scene, and this is where Johnny Depp had this scene.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah. Out here because there's nothing but water.
Yep.
My an employer of mine,
Yep.
his grandson does charter boats.
Yep.
So when you come out here, people pay for him to just drive them around in this boat.
Yep. Yep.
And he does, and he gets paid lots and lots of money.
Yep.
Takes
Oh,
them
it's
here, he
huge.
takes them there, takes them over to this part where you can
Yep.
get off and get a good meal and
Yep.
yeah.
Oh, that is huge there. It's huge in the Cape. It's huge in Rhode Island. It's anywhere where there's a saltwater community that is not polluted, like Bayonne, New Jersey. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Because unfortunately, like the third of Long Island Sound closest to New York City is heavily contaminated.
Yep. Yep.
You can't swim in it or anything. I'm very familiar with a lot of the whole area down there and stuff. But yeah, and this guy's doing it with a I see all kinds of guys on Facebook and stuff showing videos. They took a family out and stuff. This guy's doing it with a 25-foot, walk around cuddy cabin, which has it has a head in it. It has a bathroom, and that's but they're doing it with a like a small jamoke, just like me. Somebody like that is doing it. Now, granted, you have to have a captain's license. You got to have a Coast Guard license.
Right.
You got to have insurance to take out strangers, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But you could, yeah.
This guy Andrew he was in the Coast Guard, so yeah.
Yeah.
But craziness.
Yeah. Absolutely. That should have that should have been what I ended up doing, was getting my tankerman's license, because I worked on a tugboat for years in my late teens and early 20s.
Oh yeah, you and what's his face were talking about that Bandit. I see Bandit's not back.
Yeah.
Where's Bandit?
I saw Bandit somewhere in the last 24 hours because I said hi. And I'm trying to, I can't remember where it was.
It's all right.
Oh no, the Hudson. Well, the Hudson's polluted. The Hudson is very, very clean, the northern Hudson. But thankfully, we had a lot to do with cleaning up the Hudson. I mean, the Hudson is terrible down around Manhattan. That's just fucking ridiculous. It's like if you can envision one of those 18-lane superhighways in China, just full of cars, or in Los Angeles, that's what the waterways are like around New York City. But as you go north, up around like West Point and stuff, who's the guy that Trump named the Secretary of Health or whatever? He had a lot to do with the
RFK.
Yeah, he had a lot to do with cleaning up the Hudson. And also, do you remember Pete Seeger? Pete Seeger and what was his son's name? Woody Seeger?
Oh, that I don't know.
Well, Pete Seeger was an old singer. He's the one that did "This Land Is Our Land, This Land Is Your Land, from California to the New York Island." Pete Seeger, I think, started the River Keepers back in like the 60s, I think. So they've really been. I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm sure a person dies in Manhattan every hour because there's
because that's the way life is. But yeah.
Yeah, well, the number is just ridiculous. The metropolitan New York area, which includes like Stamford, Connecticut, and down around like Newark, New Jersey, and that kind of stuff. It's like 25 million people. But yeah, what's his name? Pete Seeger started the River Keepers back in the 60s. So they've really been trying hard. And, the problem is factories just doing their, blowing shit out into the river. And that's the same everywhere. It's the same. It's the same. Same.
I don't know about RFK.
You know what I'm I don't know what's up with that. I don't get too involved in that.
Yeah.
But what was I gonna say? Oh, I know what I said. You know what my new favorite saying is?
What?
Yeah,
I do.
It's always something.
It's always something.
It's always something.
That's what I'm gonna do. I have not yet.
Oh, you're gonna start a swag line, right?
Yeah,
T-shirts and coffee cups and shit.
Yeah, I haven't started the shirts yet.
Yeah,
it's free. It's that's not free, but it is free because it doesn't require any money from me.
Yeah.
So
it's always something.
Yep.
Well, I know you. I think you're pretty aware that one of my taglines is "Have a day," right?
Right, right.
I'm always saying it. I'm always typing it.
Mm-hmm.
My youngest walked up to me. I forget when the hell it was. It might have been this spring. It might have been last summer or whatever. He walks up to me with a ball cap on that says "Have a day," and I says, "Motherfucker, that's my." And of course, it's got the TM in tiny letters, and it's trademarked.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody trademarked it so they could sell T-shirts and hats and coffee cups and what have you. I said, "Motherfucker, that's my saying." He goes, "I got news for you. It's not."
Not anymore. Yeah.
He says, "It's whoever made this hat." And I says, "And motherfucker, you didn't get me one?" I said, "Since you've been born, I've been telling you to have a day, and you didn't fucking get me one." He goes, I gotta be honest. I didn't even think of that. Sorry. And I'm like, yeah, that's the reason why we're 98% estranged, you fucking cocksucker. I can only swear like that because I know Crazy Chicken Lady is sleeping. All right.
Is she?
Yeah. I hope she's sleeping because I was swearing on my live the other day.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't realize I was swearing as much as I was. And Crazy Chicken Lady's in the chat like, "Willie, you cussing? You cussing an awful lot. Is there something wrong? Are you all right?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Nope." It was when I was making the fire. It was when I was making the bonfire.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Nope, I'm just in the wild. I'm in the wild. When I'm in the wild, I cuss."
Yeah, right. What is the word? Feral. Yeah, you get feral.
I was being feral. That's correct. 100%.
Yeah.
I don't know what...
No, Divergent. I'm not. It's already been 4 hours.
Oh, geez, shut it down anytime you want, man. Anytime you want.
No, I know he's asking about something.
No.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be like.
Yeah, you
No,
can't do that. You can't do that shit back to back to back to back to back.
Yeah, I did it for 3 days in a row. That's enough.
I know. Well, that was with Jamie, right?
No. The last 3 days I've been like 8 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours.
Right.
No, that was just with Jamie. That one time was yeah.
That was
fucking weird.
crazy.
And the funny part is I barely knew him at the time, and he was so
he was so sweet about the whole thing. He was so sweet and kind and caring.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was going to say. The last hour and a half, excuse me, he wanted to go to bed. He was tired.
Yeah.
And I was like, go to bed then. He's like, no, I'm not going to sit up here and leave you here alone.
Well, number one, and number two, he's not fucking doing that fucking marathon and not crossing the finish line. You know?
Yeah, well, he did 18 hours.
Right.
So I was like, so I messaged 2 people and I was like, what are you doing? Like, because I felt bad.
Yeah.
And he was like, I was like, I can't find anybody. He's like, don't worry about it. I'll stick it out.
Yeah.
He would not leave me up there alone. He just would not.
Right.
And I was like, wow, thank you. And then we were writing in it was funny. Me and him were writing in the private chat. We were laughing. We were things.
Jamie's good people.
And I wouldn't think at that time, I wasn't thinking to myself that he was a person who was able to sit still for that long. Like I always perceived him as being somebody on the go. Right. So for him to sit there with me for 18 hours, I was very impressed.
Yeah.
Because I would think he would have gone and done something else, you know?
Absolutely likewise. And I've known Jamie for years. I mean, first of all, I think you remember, I think Jamie and I were talking about it up here that we met on Boss Bitch's channel years ago. Because when Boss Bitch started doing lives, around 9, 10 a.m., she had that time slot, what have you. And Jamie, I think, was her very first co-host. And I've never been afraid to hit a link. So I went up there and talking to him. We're shooting the breeze. He's learning about me. I'm hard. I'm like real shy. I don't like to explain anything about myself, So he was having to drag everything out of me,
Right.
But, we're just learning each other. And I was like, Jamie, I says, I've been watching you for like a year or two, man. You're fuck off, He was fuck off at the time. That was his name, fuck off. And I said, Jamie, I've been watching you at least for the last year or two on the shit show. I says, I'm a fucking big fan. I love your work. That's because you know how like he's got these taglines, like nowadays he'll go, shut up to somebody, right?
Mhm.
He'll just say, shut up to whoever. Well, back in the day, his tagline was AIDS.
AIDS. I told him that. I said, that's how I remember you. I remember seeing you on the shit show, and all you would say was AIDS.
AIDS.
AIDS. You never spoke. I never knew what you were about.
Right.
You would just
Like-
say AIDS.
Like now he'll turn his mic on and he'll just go, that's gay. You know,
Yeah.
and they shut his mic right up. But that back then it was just AIDS.
Yeah. And that's how I remember him, because I do remember him.
And
But not that I didn't watch AC that much. I wasn't interested in that show.
right. And yeah. And you know what he was saying when he was saying AIDS was that it was AIDS to the ears, you know? You know what I'm
Sorry. Is that what it was?
I believe so.
I thought it had to do with
No, it had to do with whatever the fuck just came out of your mouth is AIDS, you know, to my ears.
Right.
That was like the first time, you know, Jamie always does. He does the horns up and a trash panda, right?
Right.
And then he does the horns up and then the American flag. And I don't know if that's his signature, you know?
Right.
Well, anytime he drops into a chat, it's usually that horns up, raccoon, horns up, American flag. And once I got to know him and I was talking to him one time, I said, is that because we're all trash pandas? And he goes, yes. Just like, you know, right? I just knew Jamie's a cool guy. Jamie is like, he's like decades above his age, you know?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
maturity and shit. And knowledge too. I mean, he's fucking wicked smart.
Who? Who was the last person you said?
No, I said he's wicked smart.
No, you said, and somebody is too. Oh,
no, I meant he's mature and he's smart too.
I thought you said like another name. So I was like,
No. I was just saying he's wicked smart too.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Jamie's been through a lot, and he'll tell you what he's been through. I've heard it all.
There's that goddamn bandit.
There's Bandit. Hi, Bandit.
Mister. Speaking of fucking trash pandas,
Right.
I did the same thing. Mr. Bandit. Good night. Go back to sleep. Hurry back to sleep. Shut your phone off. Shut your fucking device up. Whatever.
Night.
Yep.
Sweet dreams.
We'll catch you in the next one.
Ah. No, you weren't here yesterday. That's right.
Was I?
No, you were, but you weren't. But you were.
All right. All right. I was in the chat at the beginning for a minute, and then I woke up at I want to say 7 a.m.
Yeah, it could have been.
And then what time did you shut it down?
12:30.
So but I hung out with you until like what, 10 or 11?
Probably, because then Vern woke up. So
yeah, I remember Vern waking up, and I remember Jamie leaving, and it was just you, Vern, and I, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
And then I was waiting because One Stop and Vern were talking.
Yeah.
And I got up and walked over next to the bed, and I laid down. I was like, I wanted to go to bed at 12. It was supposed to be 12 hours. So I was like, I'm going to bed when it's 12 hours. Well, 12 hours came and went because they were talking. And I didn't want to just cut it out because they were in the middle of a conversation.
Right.
So I walked over to the bed, and next thing I know, my phone's ringing. People are like, you're snoring, you're sleeping. I fell asleep. Oh, well. And then
did you hear about me falling asleep with the fucking mic on Lisa B's?
No.
I replayed it. I didn't hear it because I don't wear headphones, but I guess if you wear headphones, it picks up snoring.
Right. I don't know.
Yeah. I was laying here and I was talking to Lisa B, and then somebody came up and she was talking to somebody else, and I guess I was like
yeah.
I guess it was pretty bad. I got called out on it the next day by quite a few people. So.
Yeah, well, I wasn't even comfortable. I just laid down real quick, and then because I was like, oh my God, if they would just shut up for 5 seconds, I can shut it off.
Yeah.
And then I fell asleep. And
Yeah.
then, so then I woke up and, like somebody called my name and I went, I'm awake.
Yeah.
And then, I remember going and shutting down and then talking to Vern for like another 45 minutes. Like, oh my God, I need to go to bed.
Yeah.
And it was funny. I don't think I went to bed until after 1:00 in the afternoon.
Wow.
And that was like insane.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
'Cause time gets away from you though.
I'm fucking Mr. Insomnia, so I understand that all day long.
Well, that's it. I did it 3 days in a row.
Yeah.
So by the third day, it was my normal sleeping pattern. So I wasn't
Right.
tired. But I mean, by the time 12 hours made me tired, but I did 7 hours the day before and like 8 hours the day before that. So like
Yeah.
I'm good for 7 or 8 hours. 12 just messed me up.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I was like, oh, whoa. And I said to myself today, matter of fact, last night, what's his face got me on that one stop. Because I said, I'm not going to do this tonight. I'm not going to stay, and then I wound up doing a 12-hour stream.
Yeah.
And one stop's like, yeah, sure you're not, Like, oh, God, because after a while, he was like, yeah, I thought you weren't doing like an all-nighter. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I am.
Oh, that's funny.
The fact that I can do it is disturbing enough for me.
Yeah.
I shouldn't really be able to do it, but I did. I used to work overnights for years.
Right.
I'm used to being up in the middle of the night all the time.
Yep.
Yeah,
I worked fucking all 3 shifts just because of fucking disasters and shit and oil spills,
Right. You were on call all the time, so you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see why I'm a huge fucking insomniac, because my whole fucking life was just fucking craziness,
Yeah.
And I mean, granted, there'd be 6-month runs where I'd have normal sleeping patterns, and so to speak,
Right.
go to bed at midnight, get up at 4 a.m. That was a normal sleeping pattern for me.
Yeah. I used to do overnights, and then I didn't do overnights. I used to do 3 to 11. So when I got home at 11, I would stay up till 6.
Yeah.
And then I would just sleep at 6, get up at 2, go back to work at 3, from 3 to 11. I needed that unwind time. You need that unwind time. So and that's the problem. That's why taking care of the baby in the middle of the night is no problem at all.
Yeah.
I said that to my daughter. I said, I will have no problem taking care of the baby if it's the middle of the night.
Right.
I'm used to that. I'm used to being awake anyway.
Right.
And when she brought her down the other day at 3:30 in the morning, it was funny because I was still sitting on a damn live stream, and I was like, oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah. That's awesome.
What the hell? Why do you got to make everything like fucking sexual, Divergent? Seriously, why? I'm sorry, but that's just it gets to be a little much. Seriously.
It's a bit cruddish.
Yes. It's just I don't know how anybody can just be constantly like that. I mean, reel it in a little, bub. Please, reel it in. Because I don't like crudity myself. Crudité, I like, but not crudity.
Right.
Yep.
And it's all what's happening at the moment too,
Mm-hmm.
If it's a wild time, well, then that stuff might fly. But if it's a chill time, like just having a good, chill, quiet conversation.
I thought he said Sue. He said sus. Jesus, I need my eyes fixed. I can't see. Oh, shit, I didn't take my medicine. Maybe that's why.
All right. Take your damn medicine.
Well, I didn't take my medicine because I didn't eat until really late, and I finally ate. So that's what it was. It dragged on all day, and then I forgot about it, and then now I have to take, because I have to eat when I take my medicine, or vice versa.
I extremely love my country, but I'm extremely, extremely, extremely ashamed of my government. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we're the laughing stock of the entire world, right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. So
Because we're arrogant.
yeah. Well, I was just going to say that comment's a bit arrogant. You know?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, but we're arrogant. We think that, and don't get me wrong. I'm all for go to the country, learn the language, speak the language of the country you're in.
Yeah.
But we're like everybody needs to learn our language, no matter where you live, and that's
Right.
bullshit. And we're so fucking smart, and we're so fucking big, and we're so fucking wonderful. It's not
Yeah.
true.
Right. Reverend, you're absolutely right. Yeah. Yeah, well, I understand. I mean, that comes from England more than us, the English language. Because you have to have, like, for instance, anybody that's a pilot anywhere in the world, if you're an airline pilot or if you're a pilot of a ship, you have to know English because they have to have a universal language,
Right.
So I get that and everything. I don't have a problem with people coming to America and not learning English.
I do.
Well,
Only because I've had to deal with it. So
yeah.
I've literally had to
Well,
deal
the
with
only
it.
reason that the only thing I was going to follow it up with is if they don't have to, they don't have to engage or interact with other people that, you know what I mean?
Mm.
I guess, for instance, like if you have a Russian grandma in the United States and she doesn't have to interact with anybody and other peoples can be interpreters, then I guess that could be okay, Or
Yeah.
a Spanish grandma or something like that.
Yeah.
It
No,
would be like if I was deported right now at 67 years old to like Guatemala or Nicaragua, I'm not going to be able to learn Spanish. I'd be screwed. So
I'm not a woke warrior. Yeah, I'm not a bigot. But no, like, all right, here's the example. Okay, this is an example, and this is not in any way, shape, or form being racist in any way. This is just a situational situation.
yeah.
I was working in 7-Eleven, okay?
Yeah.
And a man came in with his toddler daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And he put her, and she was walking around. She had no shoes.
Yeah.
I walked up to him. I said, "You need to pick up your child. She cannot be walking on the floor with no shoes. It's dangerous.
Right.
And you need to pick her up." And I'm like trying to, and he's looking at me, and he's laughing at me. And I'm like, "You motherfucker, pick up your fucking kid."
Yeah.
I grabbed somebody that spoke the sign languages, and I said, "Tell him to pick up his goddamn kid, or I'm going to call the police on him."
Yeah.
But he stood there and laughed at me.
Because he didn't know what you were saying, right?
Right. He didn't
Yeah.
know what I was saying, but he also wasn't trying to figure out what I was saying because I was gesturing as well.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that's
See, that's
if
yeah.
you're going to fucking walk around this store, you better be able to understand what I say because, in a way, it's not conceit, but I'm in charge. What if I spilled? What if I broke glass on the floor and your kid just walked all over it? You had the balls to try and sue me when your child should not be walking around with no shoes on our floor. And there it is.
Yeah, that's nuts.
And I got really pissed off. I was really mad. He pissed me the fuck off, like big time. Rather am I, nor is Kristen's sock accounts. Where's Kristen? Do you see Kristen? Do you see Kristen? See, don't try to change it. I was talking to you. I wasn't talking about everybody. I was talking to you. Don't try to play that fucking game that other people try to play. Well, this other person didn't do this and that. I was talking to you. Okay?
Yeah, and I mean, first of all, like comparing is the worst thing ever.
Because all he had to do was say, "Oh, okay, sorry, I'll tone it down." Done.
He was talking to Polaris. Yeah, and that's Kristen's is all silliness, 100% silliness.
I mean, we just kid around and just, I don't know, it's just more lighthearted and just silliness. And I don't know. I'm trying to give it some thought, give it some respect, give it some thought, and think about it, you know. But I'm also fucking 50% demented. And I'm also falling back to sleep. So I'm fucking, my brain's like,
Divergent, you were comparing because you brought up Kristen, who's not even in here right now. Sorry, but you were. Because that'd be like if you said to me, oh, Jesus, I got to think of something now. And I said, well, Willie's doing the same thing. That's comparing.
all right.
Because you just brought somebody into the equation that is technically shouldn't be brought in. But
Yeah,
anyway,
I never dug that whole comparing thing.
yeah, no, it's Abe does it. Rebel does it. Who else? Not to be rude, I don't think Zero's around, but sometimes Zero does it.
Yeah. I'm now that's thank you, Polaris, for giving me a chuckle because he said he was talking to Polaris, and fucking Polaris is like, whoa, wait a minute. Why are you talking to me, man?
What? Polaris.
Well, he said he was talking to Polaris.
Well, he was.
Polaris is like, why are you talking to me, man?
He was because he was talking about corn cobs and shit. Like, I don't even get why.
Comparison is like comparing and comparison is just so fucking crazy. I mean, the only time you should use comparison is when you're talking about like cookies or couches or, you know, material things, right? Comparison should never be used when talking about humans. I mean, I guess unless you're talking about like surgeons, you know, comparing one surgeon to another, you know, but just like regular human behavior.
Okay, you know, Divergent, but suck America's fat knob like corn on the cob. I don't need to hear about fellatio on my channel. I'm sorry. So don't pretend that's your humor. Well, it's not fucking funny. I'm sorry. I'm a female, and I don't want to hear about that shit. Okay, that had no relevance. You could have said something else like America sucks. How's that? Isn't that a nicer way of saying it?
Yeah.
But you had to make it sexual, and I don't like that. I'm sorry. I'm telling you right now because I've been biting my tongue for a while now. I don't like it. It wasn't necessary, and it wasn't. I'm sorry. It wasn't. We weren't even talking about it. Had we been talking about it?
Well, no, they would just talk in general, you know, politics and just countries and Australia and America, just, you know, regular stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
And the thing, well, you know what, Reverend, you know what I always say? It's Queen Wasp's living room. You know, we're in Queen Wasp's, we're in her living room. We're in her house. She invited us in here. We you know, she's gracious enough to come and let us chat and type and what have you. And
you know, I just don't. Not everything is sexual, and I don't like crudity. Here we go.
Yeah, I agree.
Crude.
I agree.
Let's go.
And also, there's a time and a place for everything.
Right.
You know,
if we were talking about it,
right?
But we weren't. You guys were talking about what was it? Revan not being woke. You know, like, I don't know how that got into that. Yeah, I don't even know. I didn't even know that was to me. I'm in the QSO. I don't know what QSO is.
I think it means like a conversation or something like that.
Yeah, you know? And I wasn't even anything right.
Yeah,
Oh, excuse me. God, Jesus. Burps. All right. I'm
Well,
past the point now, so
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the good thing is you know, you get to tell you get to tell how you like things to be in your house.
yeah. Ask Abe. He'll tell you all about that.
Yeah,
Ask anybody. They'll tell you all about that.
right.
That's the one thing that people. Well, I thought that you were talking to me when you were talking about woke jokes.
I believe he's addressing that to Polaris.
I was gonna say I don't think he's talking to me about woke jokes
Yeah,
because you know what?
yeah.
I don't even know what the hell woke is, to be
I don't
honest,
know either. I don't know.
because I don't
I
give
don't
a
know what woke is. I don't know what freaking what is the other one? The gas fencing or the fence lighting or I don't know what any of
gaslighting.
the
Gaslighting.
I don't know. Yeah,
I know
is
what I
that
know what I believe it or not. I know what gaslighting is, but woke. I don't know. You know what when people say, "Oh, they're on the left or they're on the right." I have no fucking clue.
yeah.
Lefties, righties. I don't know what the hell are they. I don't know. I don't even know what they are.
Yeah.
Like I don't know who's on the left and who's on the right.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much. I guess I'm in the middle, so I don't.
I'm 100% in the middle.
That's what I mean. I don't know. Lefties, righties. Everybody's like, "Oh, those are lefties." Are
Yeah.
they? I don't know what that
I
means.
don't I mean I know a ton of people that are lefties. I know a ton of people that are righties. I love tons of people that are lefties. I love tons of people that are righties. I don't talk to them about lefties or righties, like Jamie, for instance. He's a hardcore righty. I never talked any lefty righty with Jamie. I never talked politics with him, never would.
All right, but what does it mean?
Yeah. Well, he's a conservative, he's a Republican.
Thank you. See,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I don't know. Left, right.
Yeah. So left so hard left is the Democrats, is the hard Democrats.
Oh, interesting.
So that's your Bidens and your whoever that chick is that ran for president. I don't know.
Clinton,
Huh?
Hillary.
Yeah, Hillary's. Yep. And then the one Kamala Harris just ran. They're all left. They're Democrats. They're left.
See, I didn't know that. Thank you for
Yep.
explaining that. I honestly was
Yeah.
serious when I said I didn't know.
No. I totally get it. And then the right is Trump and JD Vance. They're all Republican. They're right, and they're going down through history. Obama was a lefty. He was a Democrat. Biden was a Democrat. Clinton was a Democrat. Now the Bushes, both Bushes were Republicans. They're righties. Reagan was a Republican. He's a righty.
Mhm.
On and on and on. Nixon was a
Okay.
Republican. He was a righty. Kennedy was a lefty. But it's also changed drastically.
Kennedy was lefty.
Huh?
Nothing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's all right. It's also changed drastically. The parties have changed drastically.
Yeah,
The
they're reversed.
Democrats, huh?
They're reversed.
Yeah, well, over like 100 years they reversed, but
Yeah.
yep. But
Apparently,
the right's always been the same as it has been for like let's say the last 50 years. But the left has just gone so far left.
Well,
They've gone to extremes, I guess is what I'm trying to say. The Speaker of the House, I think back in the 70s or 80s, used to be a guy called Tip O'Neill, and he was from Boston. And he was famous for being able to walk across the aisle, aisle separating the Democrats from the Republicans, and work out a deal and make a deal work out,
Wow.
And unfortunately, there's no more Tip O'Neills in the world.
Well, yeah. I mean, I remember watching this show. I forget what it's called. It's a movie. I don't remember what it was called. But basically, all the slave owners were Democrats.
Right.
Back in the day.
Right. But now you got to remember all of those slave owners' ancestors are now Republicans.
Right.
Yep. So, and that's just because, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Jimmy Carter was a Democrat. And he was a big Southern guy. So that's unusual for a big guy to come out of the South and be a Democrat and not be a Democrat, because the South is predominantly the Bible Belt in the South, the Midwest, Texas, and what have you is predominantly Republican. It's the right, you know.
Mhm.
So yeah, I agree with I don't know who said it, but yeah, Queen Moss, don't get involved in it. Don't get political whatsoever. I agree.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't. I was into politics during the whole election, and the
Yeah.
one before that, and the one before that. I
Yeah.
voted the same way for all three. Um, so because I would never vote Hillary into anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, as far as it goes now, I'm not up on anything.
Right.
I'm not even up on the damn wars. I'm sorry. I don't look. It's me and my bubble. That's it.
Right. Right.
Nothing
I live
changes.
in a bubble too. I'm a bubble boy too. I'm a bubble baby.
That's right.
100%.
People are
I mean,
like,
I'll
you should
see.
worry about this, that, and the other. Does it affect me? No. Then why should I
Yep.
worry about it?
100%. I mean, I'm not ashamed, and I'm not proud of the fact that this last election, I was part of the largest voting group in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the voters that did not vote.
Right.
Because I think it was something like 31 million voted for Biden, 32 million voted for Trump, and 34 million did not vote. And this
Right.
last time around, for the very first time in my life, I think the first person I voted for was like Gerald Ford or Jimmy Carter or something. And it's the very first time in my life that I didn't vote. I was just, what's it called? Apathy? Apathetic, right?
Pathetic, yeah.
Yeah. I was just full of apathy this last time around. So I said, you know, I'm not going to, yeah.
Right. Yeah, I have a friend in Texas who has got a mouthful about everything, right? He complains about everything. He's
Yep.
complains about everything. And I figured it out and I found out and I said, "Oh wait, you don't vote? Shut the fuck up then."
Right. Right.
If you don't express your opinion and vote, stop complaining.
Right.
Because you didn't make you didn't make your choice.
Right.
So you have nothing to complain about. You didn't even bother. And that's what I tell him.
Right.
Because he's all with the immigration and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And I said, the only thing I've ever said to him was, if you're so worried about it, invite people into your house and have them move in. Have a nice day.
Right. Well, you want to hear something wild? Now, here's a wild story for you. All right. So I'm from the Northeast. I'm from south of Boston, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you know the same thing. The Northeast is primarily like 90% Democratic, right?
Right.
All Democrats. I grew up a Democrat. I grew up in a Democrat household. I grew up in Democratic values, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now we go ahead a few 5 or 6 or 7 decades. And you know my 3 nuns, right?
My 3 nuns?
Yeah, my 3 oldest siblings.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Who are my 3 nuns? Well, now they're Republicans because of the abortion issue.
Right. Okay.
Because so they went from being lifelong Democrats, now they're Republicans because Republicans are anti-abortion.
Right.
So I'm talking to one of the nuns about a month ago, and she says, "Now you know who Robert Kraft is, right?"
No.
Okay, he owns the New England Patriots.
Okay.
So he's a pretty famous guy in pop culture and sports and all that stuff and everything.
Right.
And my one of the nuns says to me, "Did you see that Josh Kraft is running for mayor of Boston?" I said, "I did see that." So Robert Kraft is like 80, 85. His son Josh is my age. His whole entire career has been giving him money away in charge of doing philanthropic stuff, you know, which is great, you know. because Robert Kraft is a billionaire, so he gives a lot of money away to, good causes, this and that and the other thing.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden she goes, well, anything would be better than that. I forget, Michelle Wu maybe is the mayor of Boston. Anything would be better than that. Blah, 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 blah. She just started bitching about, that terrible blah, blah, blah. I said, well, I don't know, number one, and I don't care, sadly, it is sad and unfortunate that I don't care. But I said, unfortunately, you're a very strong Catholic and Christian, but all I hear is hate in your heart for a certain human being that you don't know.
Right.
It's never done anything to you. I said, back in the 1960s, you would have been all pro Michelle Wu, anti Josh Kraft, But now, just because of one single item, one single subject, I said you should probably be a little bit more of a libertarian, a middle of the road kind of person,
Right.
But yeah, it was just wild to me, It was just fucking wild. I was just like, and because I'm honest like that, I haven't heard from that none since. And I don't say it to be I don't say it to be hurtful. I just say it to be like to put a spotlight on it, to show them what I'm hearing.
Right.
Because in this circle of all anti-abortion, Republican only, because of the abortion issue, in their whole circle, they're like, it's like the Wild West. They're like, they're all going, yeehaw, yeehaw, hate the Democrats, hate the Democrats, hate the Democrats. But you're supposed to be this devout Catholic. I don't get it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. The abortion issue is such a touchy issue in the first place.
Yeah.
And when I was in high school, I had a pin that said, "Don't like abortion, don't have one."
Right.
That was my opinion. It still is.
Right.
And to me, they've blurred the lines because abortions, we vote for the hold on now, because I just lost it. God, Willie.
That's all right.
What we're voting on is to give somebody a choice. When people say, like, I'm for abortion, I'm not into baby killing, but I'm into giving someone the choice of what they want to do.
I mean, the only thing that bothers me is abortion being used as birth control,
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, that just makes me sick to my stomach.
And I'm sorry, but if you have to wait until the 8th month to decide you don't want it, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have to get a license to fucking drive a car, but you don't have to get a license to create a human.
Right.
It's crazy. I'm not saying we need licenses to create humans. I'm saying we just need a little more awareness, a little more common sense, a little more care and compassion. And
I never believed in that whole late, unless the whole thing has to do with health and mortality.
Yeah.
But there's no reason to wait that long. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's no reason to wait that long. And that's what it is. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in late stage. Right. But I also, the whole 6 weeks thing, that's fine for me. 6 weeks. 3 weeks? Most people don't find out till they're 5 weeks. So I don't know what the fuck, man. But like I said,
they're just using it as birth control.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's a revolving door. It's a revolving door.
I know somebody that used to come into the store when I used to work in a store. She used to come in and say that. And be like, oh, God, I just got it. And I'm like, bitch, why don't you go on birth control? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Right.
There's so much now to prevent this.
Right.
Yes, There are oopses
Yeah.
occasionally, maybe not as often as you think,
Right.
but at least you're making an effort, right? I mean, come on. If you're not trying, what?
Yeah.
I can't even say it.
Yeah. No. Well, you know what? It's always something. Well, no, it's always something is going to turn into "Don't get me started."
Yeah. Hmm.
Maybe it should be "Don't get me started" on the front of the T-shirt, and then it's always something on the back of the T-shirt.
You know, like I don't myself now, my life now, since I had children, I would never exercise my right to have an abortion. But who am I to deny somebody else's right?
Right.
That's their choice.
Yeah.
I would never do it.
Yeah.
It's interesting how age and children changes your mind.
Right.
It changes your mind. It does. You have a different attitude.
Yep. Well, you're a responsible human being.
I try. I try to be
I
responsible.
mean, there's the other side of the coin where there's a ton of people that have made crotch fruits that never should have.
Right.
You know, and I guess the only saving grace there is adoptive parents. You know,
Yeah.
or grandmas and granddads. Because how many times do you see a fucking, a famous athlete? Tell us about your life. Wow, my grandma raised me.
Yep. Yep.
So yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah. And it is bad. It's bad. These
And-
people, these kids don't even have any sort of sense of responsibility. I will give credit to my daughter for having that sense of responsibility.
Yep. Yep.
Because there are these, I read about it all the time. There's some dumb broad left her, I don't know, 6-month-old in a hotel while she went to like Mexico for a week. What the fuck?
Right.
Seriously.
And not only that, never
it's
mind responsibilities, but you don't know how much it fills my heart every time you say, "Oh, Bambino's with Daddy. She's taking him over to be with Daddy," and
Yeah.
and like Father's Day was, well, he's going to Daddy, and then
Mhm.
going to, they're doing Daddy stuff and what have you,
Mhm.
and I'm just like, oh, it's so nice to that there's no exclusion or anything of this.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yep. Absolutely.
It's just it totally fills my heart, and at the same time I'm like, well, that's the Lord's way of telling you need a break, Queen Washington. You need to rest up because Bambino's coming back.
Yeah. But yeah, she's very yes, and I applaud her for that because
Right.
There's so many people I've spoken to, just men, where I'm talking to them and they'll be like, "Yeah, she's, I'm paying $500, whatever, and I'm paying this exorbitant amount, and I still don't get to see my kid." And
Right.
she plays these freaking games, and I'm like, my God.
Right.
Like, look, I broke up with my ex, okay? I didn't even ask for child support. Didn't
Yep.
want it. Didn't want it. Because you know what? I was working. I'll pay for it. And I did. I paid for my children financially until I'm still paying.
Right.
To a point. But
Yep.
I never got a dime from their father. And only until they started to become like 18, 19 did he start throwing money for them. Like they would go to be able to ask him for the money because all my money went to bills. So if you want extra money, go ask your father. Don't ask me. Because I paid all the bills. I ain't got no money left over.
Right.
And that's, same thing with my oldest. My oldest is not my ex-husband's.
Yeah.
I have my oldest on my own.
Yeah.
You think I asked him for child support? No.
Right.
Didn't ask him. His mother came and saw the baby, but I told him point blank, if you're not going to walk in here and play half a father, you either be the father or you're not the father. Make up your mind.
Yeah.
And if you're not going to walk in here, and I hated to say it like this, I said, if you're not going to walk in here with money to help me raise this child, then don't fucking come. And he was the only man that ever listened to me because he didn't fucking show up. I
Yep.
told him not to. She, and that's how it goes.
Yeah.
Well, I know what it's like. When I said to my daughter before the baby was born, and I said, if things don't work out, she's like, oh, I don't care. She's like, I know I can do it without him because you
Yeah.
can. You
Yeah.
can. It's possible. Maybe it's not advantageous. I hate when people go, well, the baby needs a mother and a father. Yeah. But life ain't that perfect sometimes.
Yeah.
But she's making sure it is. And
I could
he's
tell
very
you stories, divorced dad perspective stories that would fucking absolutely fucking blow your mind. But like I've told you many times, I don't know how the fuck I found the two most non-maternal fucking females in the planet to make mothers, but I did, and
yeah.
it's too bad. It's so sad, so sad.
Yeah.
Just absolutely crazy.
I mean, I don't know. That's how it always came out.
Yeah.
For me, it was, like he wasn't involved. His mother was involved. Yes, she was.
Yeah. Yeah.
But at the same time, it worked out.
Yeah.
Come together as a family, And he wound up seeing her when she was like, I don't know, fucking 10. And then again, and then she just fell out with him because he was not the type of person you would want her to be around anyway. And that it
Right.
worked out just right. I predicted it. It happened and boom.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just
The first one, it gravitated to, I got them every single weekend
oh wow.
because she wanted no part of being a parent,
What?
but she wanted the money,
Right.
and it was big money. Okay.
Right.
Big money. I'll tell you. I'm talking 1990, early 90s.
Right.
Early 90s. I was paying $250 a week.
And that's for the twins?
Yeah.
See, I pay attention.
Yeah. $1,000 a month. Yeah. Yeah. It's not much more for the second child.
Oh, right.
Because you got to remember, it's for roof. It's for housing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you're housing one, you can house two,
Right.
So the only difference would be clothing and healthcare I had covered through my jobs. I always had great healthcare.
Right.
So that wasn't an issue. So now you're talking about what? Clothing and food, right?
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, I paid, thousands upon thousands every year because she signed them up for every premier sport on the planet.
Yep.
Just to try and destroy me financially.
That's messed up. I'm sorry. That's fucking fucked up.
Oh, it was unbelievable. I'm talking hockey, soccer, lacrosse, baseball, basketball, just on and on and on and on. I didn't have a problem with it. It was all fun times, but boy, it fucking cost me $500,000.
Wow.
Is what I ended up paying. Yep. Yeah, it's just crazy. And then they both taught them to be liars and cheaters and stealers.
Oh, wow.
Well, you got to remember, this is what I said. You want to talk about fucking psychotic. Was they both spoke openly among babies, whether it was 2 years old or 4 years old or 5 years old or 10 years old, about fuck him and he's going to fucking pay for it. And don't tell daddy we're doing this, and don't tell daddy we're going here, and don't tell daddy. Right. So it's fucking how to steal, how to lie, and and don't tell daddy that I'm seeing 3 guys at once and what have you. And when we were married,
mm-hmm.
She was cheating on me, and she told the twins I'd say, "What'd you do today?" And the twins, they were just first starting to talk. We played with Horsey Papa. Horsey Papa. Who's Horsey Papa? And she'd look at me, shrug her shoulders, and go, imaginary friend, I guess.
Oh, Jesus. Wow.
And it was the guy that she was fucking,
Right.
who at the time, let's say we were 25, he was 40 and married.
Oh, wow.
And an educator and a quote unquote pillar of the community. But they were both whores, you know?
Right. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, cost him his marriage, and then cost her life. It killed her, just the pain and the anguish. You know, his ex-wife, she divorced him.
Mhm.
And he's still to this day, oh, the love of my life, you know, and you know,
Mhm.
and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it was just fucking crazy. So all three of them have zero respect for me because of how they were raised. Throw that on top of them. Now you got to remember, I never once said a bad word about them.
Right.
Until probably like 25 years of age.
Until they were
Because I
old
used to
enough to
tell them,
understand.
hey, you're the man of the house. You know, I used to go over there and shovel driveways and fix plumbing and fix this and fix that. You know, I was always there because that's my children's home. And I always taught them how to be gentlemen, and you're the man of the house. And nope, I'm never going to say a bad word about your mother. You know, they always tried to play that shit, you know, play parent against parent, you know.
Mhm.
And I'll never forget, they were like, you know, it happened on both parties. But I'll never forget, I said, hey, I'm not saying a bad word. You're not going to get me to say a bad word. Well, I'll tell you what, all we've heard is bad words about you our whole lives. That was their response. And I said,
Wow.
you know, are you happy? Are you happy you just said that? You know, it's sad that you just said that, but do you feel better? I hope you feel better.
Right.
And so they were literally trained like circus monkeys to not respect, to disrespect, to lie and cheat and steal. And then on top of that, you know, once 2015 came around, I became, hey, fuck everybody. I'm going to tell you how I feel about everything. Yeah.
Right.
So you put all that fucking, you know, ingredients in a bowl.
Yeah.
What the end recipe is, I've been thrown away by everybody, and I'm happy about it.
I was just gonna say you're pretty damn happy about it. I know you.
I am fucking pretty damn happy about it. I mean, I'm very sad about it, but at the same time, you know, I'm not gonna frown when I can smile.
Well, there's a silver lining in it.
Yeah,
there is a silver lining in it.
Always. You know what the silver lining for me is? I found myself. I fell in love with myself. I like myself.
That's it.
At the same time, I'm self-deprecating. I'll fucking rank and fucking, you know, fucking hop on myself. I'll fucking joke about myself. I'll fucking make fun of myself. But that's just an honesty. That's just truthfulness.
Wow.
But yeah.
Look what Revan just wrote.
Yep, same thing happened to me. Well, sort of. My kid's mom left a fine or something, whatever the fuck that means. The kids mean it. Fuck that bitch is right. Hey, you know, hippies all into the AI and music making and everything. It's been months now. He said he was going to write a song called "That Fucking Dirty Lying Cheating Hoe."
Jeez. You know, that's when me and my ex broke up. I raised two of his kids that were his, not mine.
Yeah.
And when he left, and I told him right to his face, I said, "Do you really think a judge is going to give you any children at all?" And I told him this throughout the years. I said, "You can't even take care of yourself. So have fun with that." And when he left, the children were. He left in 2010. My son was 7. Our son was 7. Our daughter was, hold on, 7 and 6 is 13.
Yeah.
The next one up was 19. His son was 19 or going to be 19, and his daughter was going to be 18. I had all of them.
Yep.
I kept all of them.
Bless you.
Because their mother...
Those are all some tough ages, man.
Their mother bailed.
Yeah.
Years ago when they were 3 and 2.
Yeah.
And I was going to leave for years. I wanted to leave, but
Right.
but I didn't want to do that to them. I didn't want to do that to my stepchildren and make them feel like they were worthless because somebody else left them as well.
Right.
So I didn't. I stayed.
Right.
You
And
know?
then to top it all off, Horsey Papa, right? Who's
Yeah.
basically a fucking Uncle Buck, you know.
Uncle Buck.
Uncle Buck, Uncle Buck sticking his dick in everything on the fucking planet.
Oh my God.
And loaded, got tons of money. Well, the fucking twins ended up moving in with him
Oh wow.
because she wanted no part of him. She wanted no part of kids, so that, you know, as early as she could. One of them left her at like 14 or 15 and moved in with Horsey Papa. The other one did it like 18 or something. Well, the other one went to college, so part-time at Horsey Papa's. But they're over at Horsey Papa's.
Right.
Horsey Papa's a pothead.
Oh yeah.
Full-time pothead. He's got a 14-year-old over there, and he's fucking everything in sight.
Jesus.
And then, like, they get to high school, and they're all fucking banging the same fucking broads. He's like 55.
All right.
And they're like fucking 18, and they're all banging the same broads.
Jesus Christ.
And everybody's turning a fucking blind eye to it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know, the reason I moved to Rhode Island is because of the second wife. And the whole time I'm like, thank you for fucking taking me out of that town and moving me out of that state, you know? Because I don't want to be within fucking 50 miles of them, man. It was just fucking crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, just fucking nuts, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. And I never, and back to all this, I never once asked him for child support. I didn't take him to court. I waited.
Yeah.
Because you know why I didn't take him to child support? Because he was sporadic with his job.
Right.
He finally got a job after he left me.
Yeah.
But I didn't need my son seeing his father go to jail for not paying child support.
Right.
Because that's fucking selfish that you put your... I didn't want to ruin the relationship they had, however tenuous it was.
Right.
Because of being greedy when I was working myself. So take care of your kids.
Now,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. So, I never once had a problem with child support, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it was payroll deducted, you know, because I was working for big companies at the time, and that's the way they do it. But if there was ever the slightest little fucking wrinkle, you can imagine how many times I've been to court in my lifetime, right? I mean, it's thousands, okay? Thousands. And every single time, it would be like a laundry list, Queen Wasp, they would put on there.
Right.
Just regular boilerplate language on their motion, on the other side, the opposition side's motion. Every single time there would be one of those lines that would say, we recommend incarceration if the defendant doesn't follow through with all these things. I've had thousands of pieces of paper cross my hands that say that they want to put me in jail while I'm, you know, doing a good job. I'm coaching their soccer, you know, coaching all their sports teams, paying for all their sports, paying for everything, paying for vacations, everything. In the meantime, they're like, you keep fucking paying or else we're going to fucking put you in jail, you know?
Wow. Yeah, but that's so funny because how are you supposed to pay if you're in jail?
Right. No, it's just fucking bullshit scare tax.
Oh, yeah, it's threatening.
Well,
Yeah.
for me, it was. For other people, it's not. It's real.
Yeah.
But like I said, just bullshit. You might as they would throw in you're putting in jail as much as they would throw in the date, you know?
Yeah.
They would just throw it in there just because.
And I never denied him the right to see them. You want to come see them? Come see them. And it took him a long time to come see them. I guess he was ashamed. He was the one that caused the entire breakup.
Yeah.
He was the one that was shamed in his own kid's eyes. And I never said a word. I didn't have to say anything. anything. My daughter was like, she was like, my dad's an ass. Yeah. And she was like, and she looked at me and she goes, I don't want a stepfather. I said, have no fear.
Yeah.
Have no
right.
fear. And here's a funny story that I'm going to tell you. It's really funny. The whole time I was with my ex, he didn't work. I was the only one working. I worked 3 jobs at sometimes and took care of kids, took them, did the doctor visits, the dental visit. I did everything. Okay.
Yeah.
So after it was all over with, and I finally got my ex out of here on our 15th wedding anniversary, by the way.
Yeah.
My son was talking, and he said, "God, that's a bum rush." And I said, "What?" He said, "It's a bum rush." I said, "No, honey, this is a bum rush. I think you mean a bummer, like summer is a bummer,
Yeah.
Oh. Later on that night, he said, "God, that's such a bum." And I said, "What?" I said, "No, honey." I said, "A bum is something different. A bum is somebody who doesn't take care of their responsibilities." He said, "Oh, Dad."
Oh, Jesus.
I laughed. I said, "Well, yeah, but don't tell him that."
Yeah.
He said, "But yeah, you're absolutely right. Yes." So I didn't have to say anything. They already knew.
You almost you I think this is the very first time in my life that my eyes wanted to leak from both laughter and sadness. Oh my God. I'm
I
not
never
kidding.
I
I'm not
didn't have to say
kidding.
a word. Not a word. I
Oh
never had
my
to down him.
God.
I never had to down him because they knew. They knew. They grew up with him all these years. They knew he was the only one sitting around at home, like I am now. Thumb up
Yeah.
the ass. Because my son, I went to his school because he had a
Yeah.
thing. They had this thing where they got for Thanksgiving, and they said, they had to speak with the microphone and speak out loud in front of all the parents. They did this whole thing. And I'm
Yeah.
gonna put my camera on because this is funny and it's a visual.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there, and let me just fix this a little bit. Oh, what the hell? So I'm sitting there and I'm waiting for his turn, and he gets up to the camera and he goes real loud, "Mom." Oh no. And I'm like, what the fuck? Right? And he does that. And everybody's like, "Oh," and I'm like, what the fuck was that? Right? He reads his thing that he's thankful for. Now, my ex and I broke up in August. This is November.
Yep. I
Dear,
remember you telling that.
dear Mom, I am thankful that you keep the landlords at bay.
Yeah.
You pay for the clothes on my back, the roof over my head, and the
Yeah.
food on the table, and that's what I am thankful for.
Right.
Not a mention of
Yeah.
his father.
Right. Hey, Rebin, keep doing what you're doing, man. I'm
Oh,
reading Rebin's comment.
he's
Oh, I have
coming
my
back.
kids every weekend, so it's okay, I guess. But fuck, it takes all my weekends, man. I mean, I love my kids, but damn, the court system is fucked when you're a man.
Yeah.
And not only just the court system, Rebin, I had my kids every weekend. And when I moved to Rhode Island, they were like 10 years old. So for the next 4 or 5 or 6 years, because once a kid hits 16, he's not going to follow any fucking, child support guidelines shit. He's going to go play with his friends,
Right.
He's not going to go down to Rhode Island with his dad or whatever. But Rebin, every Friday, I would battle 4 hours of traffic to go up and pick them up. 4 hours round trip.
That's crazy.
Get here, get down to Rhode Island around 7, 8, 9 p.m. Would always have a snack, a late dinner, whatever. Get to bed, watch a movie, get to bed. Get up Saturday morning, go back up to Weymouth, an hour away. Go to a soccer game, a lacrosse game, a basketball game, a hockey game, whatever sport they were doing. Maybe go to another sport north of Boston an hour, and then drive 2 or 3 hours back to Rhode Island Saturday night. Same routine, have pizza, have supper, watch a movie, have a bonfire out in the backyard. Sunday morning, go do the same sporting shit all over again. And plus, I went and saw him and took him out every single Tuesday and Thursday night.
Wow.
Dude.
Wow.
Just keep. And the only thing I'm going to say, Rebin, is they never appreciated it. Nobody appreciated it to this day. But I'm good in my heart, I did the right work. I did what I was supposed to do. And yeah. And now you guys wonder, I drove my whole life. That's how I drove, like recreationally,
Yeah.
That's how I drove when I was not working. And I like literally drove.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know, but they will. I feel like they will appreciate it someday. I could be wrong because, like you said, they've been programmed, but
Yeah. Well,
they
I
might.
think the youngest. I think the youngest is starting to catch up, but you know why? You know.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
speaking of sex, I got yeah. Well, I'll tell you later. Yeah, that's not something I gotta.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
hear you, but I hear you.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I never once denied him the right to see them. Never
Right,
did. You want them?
right.
Come get them.
I was never once denied. I was constantly, my phone was ringing off the hook. Will you fucking come and get these animals? Well, hey,
Oh my
you know,
god.
if you're
Yeah.
gonna be a fucking zookeeper, you're gonna have animals. You know.
Well, that's it. And the fact of not just my ex had no choice. He had no choice but to let me keep him because he knew
Yeah,
better. Okay. He
yeah.
had nowhere to be. He had nowhere to go. He had no at the time he kept a job after we broke up. He kept a job for 3 months and then he quit because he had a new girlfriend and he
Right,
moved in with her and all that stuff. And that's fine. And she did a
right.
good job co-parenting my child. She did a good job. I'll give her credit.
Yeah,
She was good. Good to him. But here,
yeah,
this is what my son used to do. What do you want for Christmas? I don't want anything. What do you mean you don't want anything? You got to write a letter to Santa Claus, and we'll work this through.
yeah,
Nope, nope, I don't want anything. But he'd give her the big long list because he knew where my money was going, and he assumed that she could afford everything. So what she would do is she would get half, give me the list, and I'd get the rest.
yeah,
And, but every time I asked him if he wanted something, nope, he didn't want nothing.
yeah.
Nothing. And he's still like that to this day.
Right.
What do you need? Well, maybe you could pay my Xbox thing. Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. He
Well,
don't
that's good. Nothing wrong with that.
he was never a spoiled child. My
Yeah,
children know the value
practical.
of money. My
There's
children
something to
know
be said for practicality.
Yep. They know the
I'll,
value of money.
I'll never forget when I turned 16 years old. My mother patted me on the back on my 16th birthday, and she said, "Your car insurance is paid. Happy birthday!" And I was like, "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you." I couldn't have
That's it,
been more happy.
right?
Yeah,
I mean, even when we went to the store. When I went to the store with them, nobody ever asked for anything. Nobody had a
right.
temper tantrum in the middle of the fucking store.
Yeah.
No, they never.
Uh,
They were easy children as well.
yeah. Well,
Easygoing.
that's
I mean,
because of your temperament. You have a very, very easy temperament. So
yeah, yeah. I
that
never had to.
that flows downhill. That's a
Yeah,
beautiful thing.
you know
Oh shit!
what?
I'm looking out my back window and it looks like the horizon's on fire.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just peeked outside for the first time in quite a while.
yeah. It's like 4 o'clock, something like that.
Yeah, 4:30.
Yeah,
4:30.
4:39.
Yeah.
Might have to wrap this up.
Be my guest. I'm
It's
ready
been
for a nap.
it's been 5 hours.
I'm ready for a nap.
Damn it. Yeah, I better wrap it up because otherwise I'll be on for another 12 and I can't deal with that. I cannot
All
deal with
right.
that.
All right.
But I'll see
Well,
you tomorrow.
yeah, some point in time. And great conversation with everybody. Great
Yes.
conversation.
Yeah.
Yep. And Reverend, keep doing what you're doing, man. As long as it's good in your heart, that's all that matters.
So you obviously you understood the parental, oh God, what's the word? Sacrifice.
Yeah,
The parental sacrifice that we've all had to make as parents, but some just
yeah,
won't do it.
yeah,
Some people just won't do it, and that's where the problem lies.
yeah.
You know,
Well, there's only one way to do things in life, and that's the right way.
absolutely. And you know what, people, I believe in this wholeheartedly. When you do things the right way, it does come back to you a
Nope.
hundredfold.
Oh, geez. Reverend, unfortunately, Queen Wasp is wrapping it up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's
a
late.
little while ago, Reverend says, "I'm going to grab more drinks. I'll be back in a minute."
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm running out of gas rather quickly.
Me too. But
I'm gonna
do
I'm
it the
gonna
right way, and you get the rewards. You do.
well, you get the
do.
rewards within yourself. You don't need
Mhm.
rewards from anybody else.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like the universe. You get,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
nothing
Right. Right.
monetarily, or whatever you want to
Right.
call it.
Right. I mean, the greatest reward would be to have respect and love and, from them. But hey, if it's not there, it's not there. I'm happy with myself. So there's no problem.
Yeah. I mean, I
Whatsoever.
realized it when I broke up with my ex, and then I remember I was going to Minnesota in 2011, and I was like, if I was still married, I wouldn't be able to do this.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean? And you notice that, like, wow, my whole world has just opened up with opportunities. I wouldn't be able to have gone to England or any of that stuff. So,
all right, Reverend, you have a good ride, man. Go find some streams.
yeah, have a good one, Reverend. Thanks for coming in. Thanks, Divergent.
Peace to everybody.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
And
One
Polaris, I don't know if
Vern,
Polaris is still listening.
Polaris.
Polaris is good.
Darlene, Kritz,
Yeah.
Vern, Willie.
Absolutely.
Everybody, thank you for coming in, hanging out.
All right.
You guys
rest well and be good. And
Yeah,
don't forget. Okay. Bye.
You were in here too. Thank you guys for coming up. I appreciate it. Have a great night. And thank you. Yes, tomorrow. I'll probably go live tomorrow. It's just that I pulled 3 like 7+ streams in a row, and yesterday was a 12-hour. I'm exhausted, to be honest. But thank you again. Like I said, I love you guys. You guys are great. I love spending time with you. And thanks again. Bye.